I think if you were going to trade Embiid, you should have traded him last year. If you were going to put him on the market and let him be someone else's challenge with the injuries.
Yeah.
But at this point, Q, what are you giving up for this version of Joel Embiid?
Yeah.
And a $200 million contract that takes him to age 35, I believe. Who's giving up any kind of real talent for that?
No.
I just don't think you can do it. So I think the Sixers are honestly kind of stuck. And I hate to use him as the reference, but there could be a Ben Simmons kind of situation ahead for the Sixers in that you can't trust it enough to put him on the floor because of the injuries, but you owe him so much money, there's no way to really move him.
Right.
They might be in a really tough spot in the years ahead.
They're 20-35. 20-35. Since 2001, team has made the playoffs after being at least 15 games under 500 at any point in the season. That was the 2020-2021 Washington Wizards. Something tells me they're not them, and they're not going to make that happen. Make sure you tune in to NBA Action Sunday as the Celtics, they'll host the Nuggets. That's presented by Indeed. Coverage begins at 12:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. That is just a wild thought when you think about all that money that Joel Embiid is still owed by the Philadelphia 76ers. How in the world do they find a way to make that work for them, for him, for anyone? Just a wild, wild thought. Coming up, Embiid's reality hasn't met his expectations, but last night's did. What? It's Joe and Q on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PC.
Isn't it about time for somebody's favorite radio program?
Yeah. 97.3 ESPN presents The Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
Now, live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort Studio, here's Mike Gill.
A happy hour Friday, everybody. What's up? It's the Sports Bash Live. And we are out of the studio today. We are on location at the brand new 279 Social Kitchen and Craft Bar, which is fabulous, beautiful. Look at the decor inside. Awesome spot already. I've only been here 10 minutes, and I'm hoping the show is over before it even starts. I like to sit at this brand new bar that they've got here. Awesome TV setups, really cool decor. Looking forward to hanging out here throughout the course of the day. I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Henning is back in the Ocean Casino Resort Studios. Pete G is my on-site producer today, and everybody is charged up and talking about hockey, Pete G. You guys
USA,
texting
baby.
me all night long. I got up 3 o'clock in the morning. I got text messages. I did watch a little of the hockey last night.
A little or the whole thing?
No, I watched the Sixers get their ass kicked, and I got thoughts on all that.
Bad choice.
Bad choice, but hey, listen, it's like I want to just make sure. You ever watch a TV show and it's not realistic, right? The guy, it's like Home Alone.
Right.
The movie Home Alone is very unrealistic. The two guys get pummeled, get their face burned, they get their hair blown off with a blowtorch, yet they still keep getting up. If I don't watch the Sixers all the way to the end, I want to make sure that the dirt is kicked over top of them to just make sure with my own 2 eyes that I know that they are done. And last night was the official taps for the Philadelphia 76ers because I said, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
Time of death, 2/20/25.
That's it.
That's it.
I said, I will give you the benefit of the doubt. It's post-All-Star break. Everybody had a week off, refresh, ice up the knee,
Super
feeling
Bowl.
pretty good. And you're at home. You got the 3 guys, Maxey, Paul George, Joel Embiid. They all start last night. Let's see what you got here. And you were lifeless. Absolutely lifeless. So time of death last night, right around 8:30 was the time of death because they were out of that game at about halftime.
The problem is, though, they're not out of the play-in.
No, but
they're
last
still
night,
there.
Joel Embiid's comments last night,
that's not
I
good.
think was a plea to end it. I think he was like, you know what? I don't want to be here anymore. This season stinks. Get me out of this thing. And I would not be surprised. Now, he is not playing on Saturday, to my understanding. I could be wrong about that.
He's already been ruled out.
I thought I heard that. I might be wrong about that. We'll have to look that up. But they play the Nets. I thought I heard Brian Windhorst say that he's not playing the game against the Nets. I could be wrong about that. They play the Nets. They have the 4th easiest schedule in the NBA left. But at this point, look, even I, who will say, listen, as long as Embiid's out there and George and Maxey, you got to take your shot. Embiid said all you needed to hear last night. He just doesn't trust that knee. He admitted that he's not the same player and that he can't be the same player. You just got to listen to the man and shut him down and live to fight another season, man. It's over.
The problem is that draft pick is protected top 6, correct?
Yeah, if they have the 7th pick in the draft, they lose it.
So what's the likelihood of them tanking so bad, out-tanking the Trailblazers, the Wizards, to get that top 6 pick?
Well,
what's the likelihood of that versus really going for the play-in, whatever,
I think if you sit everybody, the likelihood's pretty good.
Well, you can't sit. You can't shut down the whole team. You can't shut down the big 3, can you?
Well, you can shut down Embiid.
You can shut down Embiid, but he's been shut down all season.
Well,
basically.
and I'm sure you can come up with a reason to sit down Paul George. I mean, his finger hurts, his knee hurts, his ankle hurts. Right now in the league standings, Philadelphia is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 6 teams below them. Brooklyn and Philly are tied. They play on Saturday. So if you're Philadelphia and you lose that game, you are now the 6th worst team in the league. You have Toronto that you're 3 games ahead of. You play them coming up. And the problem is you want to really get into like the fourth or third worst record, because if you're in that 5-6 area, there's a possibility that you can lose that draft choice if it falls out of the top 6. So they're in a horrible spot. But last night, it's everything you needed to hear. But so I'm watching the Sixers last night. It's funny, I had breakfast with my father today, and I said, "What'd you watch last night?" He says, I went Sixers. I gave him a shot, and it did not go well. I said, "You watch any of the hockey?" He says, "Yeah, not a big hockey guy." I flipped over to the hockey. It's 1-0 Canada. America ties it 1-1. Second period, 2-2. Third period, it's tied 2-2, and the eyes just gave out on me.
Oh, wow, you couldn't make it to the OT.
Could not get there. I tried, and the eyes went down. I woke up this morning and had a bevy of text messages from a text chain that I'm on. I had another friend of mine tell me that Binnington, went berserk in the overtime period.
Yeah, he did.
Listen, I said yesterday, I'm just not the biggest hockey guy in the world. I appreciate it, but this tournament was like a made up, here, let's just throw this thing together.
I think it was made up at that bar.
Right, there's a couple guys who had a bar napkin and threw it together and said, "Let's do this." So I understand it was cool, it was fun, there was a ton of buzz. I'm not being throwing a poo-poo parade here on this party. Canada wins. I don't know what that means for them, though.
I agree with you. I think it was lightning in the bottle, right? Lightning in the bottle.
But here's what I will say, okay? It was obviously very successful. It had great ratings. People were all into it. I think there's a little bit this is like Rocky IV, right? You've got a Rocky IV element here of this political nature of the country right now and what's going on with Canada, and then Canada's better than we are at hockey, and we're kind of the underdogs. So I think that adds to it. It's like we want to beat Canada because of what's going on, and they're better than we are at hockey, but we want to beat them. And there's that element that I think all came together just like Rocky IV. It's Russia and it's USA, and at that time the Cold War, and here's this American guy. I feel like it was almost like a movie, and it was scripted. I mean, they pretty much admitted that they scripted those fights to get people interested in those games
Well, they did
the other
that.
night.
That's not exactly true.
No, that is exactly true. They admitted that they choreographed those fights.
They didn't choreograph. What Kachuk and his brother said was that they said that they agreed that before, at the beginning of the game, they were going to fight somebody because they wanted to get the crowd on edge so they would have an advantage.
I'm not
emotions.
saying they choreographed it to where, hey, I'm going to hit you, you hit me back. I'm saying it was preconceived that they were going to do that to try to get attention.
But you see, you're making it sound like it was a WWE thing, and that's not what happened.
No. I'm not saying it was like a WWE, choreographed, meaning that it was the fight was fake. I'm saying it was predetermined in their head. We're doing this because we want attention.
Well, not because they want attention. Brady and Matthews said the only way they felt they could get the crowd out of it early on was to slow down Canada. That's what they said after the game.
Regardless, it got attention, okay? It got attention. My thing is, okay, Canada won the gold. I don't know what that means for Canada.
I had a problem with the medal presentation last
Well, that's what I mean. Are you into the World Baseball Class? And that's why I go back to, I think this had to do with more of the situation going on in the world with USA and Canada.
Does it have the same juice if U.S. faces Sweden in the finals?
No, it does not.
It was all about U.S. versus Canada.
And what's happening between U.S. and Canada in the world, I think, added to the little lightning in the bottle. Now, that being said, I am not going to look at it and say, if you were into that, that's great. I mean, for me, it's not just because of that. I'm not into the World Baseball Classic. I don't care about the World Baseball Classic. I don't care who wins the World Baseball Classic. To me, that is just an event. That is an exhibition, and you win. It's great. For instance,
TV.
Let's say Travis Konechny was the star of the game last night.
He was scratched last night for Canada, by the way, but Travis Stanheim did get in.
But let's say Konechny wasn't scratched, and he was on the team, and he had some shifts, and he's, in the third line. We're not going to look at Travis Konechny and say, well, he won a Four Nations gold. You know what I mean? No, you're going to say, well, he never won a Stanley Cup.
it's not going to elevate his game and his legacy as much as a gold medal in the Olympics would.
Now, it might for, like Sidney Crosby, for instance, had that golden goal back in 2010.
TJ Oshie
that
for the
adds
US
to
team.
his allure and his resume. And for McDavid last night, for him to score that goal, I think adds to his NHL resume and his allure. It's, hey, he's the best player in the league, and these are some of his accomplishments. I think that accomplishments gets added to the list of things that he's done. Here's what I'll say, though. Okay, this is my takeaway. The Four Nations, total success. What does it mean? I don't know. Are you any more juiced up now to watch the Flyers play Edmonton on Sunday? You're going to see Connor McDavid.
It's interesting. Connor McDavid's coming to town. Yeah.
Right. You get.
Other than
by
that,
the way,
no.
it's so weird. You get one day off, and you have an energy level of that game, and now you got to juice it up to play Flyers-Oilers Saturday at 1 o'clock after that game. So I don't know what it means, because for baseball, Ohtani Trout, everyone's acting like that was the biggest thing ever. I don't think that did anything to help baseball grow. In fact, baseball just got told by ESPN, thanks but no thanks. We're leaving Sunday Night Baseball after an over 30-year relationship. ESPN has told baseball we're not interested in the product anymore. So this will be the last year for Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN.
Which is a shame, man. It really is, because baseball tonight, that's my childhood right there.
Yeah, but
right?
baseball tonight hasn't been around.
No, it hasn't.
And the other impact of that is ESPN Radio is now losing the World Series. So you used to be able to listen to the World Series on 97.3 ESPN. That will not happen anymore after this season. You used to be able to listen to Sunday Night Baseball on 97.3. You listen to the Wild Card Round, the Division Series, the NLCS. Those games will no longer be on the radio because ESPN has told Major League Baseball, we no longer want to pay you $550 million a year to carry your product. So the World Baseball Classic was a great event in the moment. It did nothing to carry over to help baseball. The Four Nations was a great event in the moment. I don't know what that does to help grow hockey, though.
They're still made for TV event. It's all made for TV stuff. I agree with you. I don't think it's going to do much.
But
they can learn from this and build off of it.
I have an idea, Peachy. Josh, I have an idea, and I want to run it by you guys and everybody out there listening. 609-403-0973 on the text board. 609-403-0973 on the text board. Before I throw my idea out, we are at 279 Social. And don't forget, you can stop out, come out, and have a nice drink. Enter to win tickets to see the weekend. And if you go to their website right now, you can enter to win a $100 gift card. The website, 279social.com. They have a gift card. It's the grand opening here. So get on the website, enter to win that, and you will have a chance to get a $100 gift card to the brand new 279 Social Kitchen and Craft Bar, which was formerly in the spot that was Romanelli's Garden Cafe in Galloway. Ironically, I had breakfast at Romanelli's in Linwood
told me that,
today.
yeah. I like that. Now, what'd you get? A little omelet or
Italian omelet.
There you go.
All right. So here's my idea. Josh, Pete, this is what I'm going with, okay? I think you can take what they did and build off of it. And this is what I'm going to say. The NHL, that was like their All-Star week. They did not have an All-Star game this weekend. This was in its place.
Correct.
So obviously this was better than the All-Star game, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The NBA All-Star game was an utter embarrassment and a joke.
As it has been.
As it has been. But they still need to do it because of the TV ratings for the TV ratings for the NBA All-Star game were higher than the Four Nations. Just to give you some insight. We're sitting here talking about the Four Nations, how great it is, yada, yada, yada. It got outrated by the NBA All-Star game.
That's surprising, actually.
Not by a lot. It was like $4.4 million for the hockey, $4.7 million for the All-Star.
Because that was on ESPN last night. ABC had the Saturday game, Canada-U.S., so,
So here's my thought. We just got back from the Super Bowl, Radio Row. I think the NHL, I think the NBA, and I think Major League Baseball as well can all take a page from the Four Nations and have an All-Star week where you have a media row in a city for the entire week have celebrities and former players. They're all out there interviewing all week long. And the game on the final day, the Sunday, is some sort of Four Nations, where it's Major League Baseball USA versus
Venezuela,
whoever.
Right.
Whoever maybe won the World Baseball Classic, or whatever you want to do. One year it could be the world team. One year it can be, the Cuban team. Whatever you want to do. Could it be the world team against the USA? Could it be Cuba versus USA? Could it be Puerto Rico against USA? The problem with baseball, not really. I mean, you could have the Japan versus USA. The problem would be you don't have enough Japanese players in majors to do that. Like, are you doing it just from All-Star? Whatever it is. But you could do it in the NBA as well. You have the NBA All-Star game this year is going to be in Philadelphia. And for one whole week, you're on Media Row, and there's events, and there's all sorts of stuff. And then the Sunday night, it's the U.S. team against the world team. If you make it the whole week, have like a Media Row,
you're saying
and it's a whole type of situation.
Right. Can you get the players to buy into it? If the players don't care, the fans will not care. And if the players do care, like you saw last night, the fans will get all into it.
And that's the one big problem here, okay? That is one big problem. The NBA players get paid so much money, they just don't care. Connor McDavid doesn't get paid. He's the best player in hockey. He makes nowhere near what NBA players make. I heard
he's not
somebody
getting $190 million.
No, I mean, he gets paid, I think it's the equivalent of like $12 million a year. Connor McDavid, so the hockey players, but this is the problem. Like, the perception is the basketball players only care about money. They only want to play if they're getting paid. They won't try if they're not getting paid more. And here's the hockey player, and he's out there, and he is giving his all for $0 to represent his country. So one sport is being perceived that they care so much to represent their country, while the other sport is they're looking at and saying they could care less about representing their country and or the All-Star game. Now, I will say, some of these guys do play for Team USA in the Olympics, and they played hard in the Olympics.
Right, but I still think that hockey players are wired so differently than any other athlete out there.
I think a lot of that
so
also.
To me, I think it is like a culture problem.
One of the things, and somebody tweeted at me last night at Mike Gill Show, and he says, I said, this is the least likable Sixers team in the last 25 years. They managed to suck the joy out of basketball for me. I'm a huge basketball fan. A guy like Tyrese Maxey looks disinterested because he's a part of this team. And someone said, I honestly think it's a league problem. The entire league is stale and unlikable. And to which I said, I think there's something to be said for this. Tyrese Maxey, and I don't want to pick on Maxey, but I think he's the poster child for this. He's not a max player. He's a great player. Tyrese Maxey's a great player, but he's not a max player. The league just started handing out max contracts to everybody. And now everybody's a max contract, and they don't want to work for more because I'm a max player. And you're not a max player. Tyrese Maxey is not a max player. I know he's a great player, but he's not a max player. Paul George,
at 36 years old, is not
a max player.
No.
He might have been a max player at one time in his career, but now you have to pay him max dollars because of what he was, not because of what you're getting. And I think that has put people have animosity now because you're handing out contracts that are so ridiculous to players who just are not earning that money. That is a big problem that the NBA has.
And another point is they just care about the playoffs. They care about the NBA championship. They don't care about playing in January, February.
But I think it goes back to the point you made before, Pete, which is something that PK Subban talked about this week. It's a cultural thing. It's the idea that you have these players who they grow up in an environment from the age that they are competitively playing a sport to when they become pros, that one group of guys is programmed and wired one way and the other group is not.
And guys in hockey hate each other since they're juniors, right?
Well, you heard last night,
big rivalries in hockey.
Marchand and Bennett hate each other.
Right.
And yet they had to play on the same country
Same
together.
line, same country.
And right, the same line. Listen, I have railed plenty on the AAU culture. The AAU culture has created this. USA basketball doesn't want to have a USA versus the world game because the world would kick our ass, right? We would get blasted by the European All-Star team, would we not?
Yeah, and that goes into the conversation of the face of the NBA.
Right, like
and
if you are running an AAU program and you're proud of what basketball has become, you're probably proud because these guys are making a lot of money, and you should be proud of that. But if you're proud of the product that you have helped create, you should be ashamed of yourself. The AAU culture has ruined everything. Now, they're laughing at me saying they just got a $76 billion contract, and that is fair. But if you are proud of the product, I'm not talking about the money. Yeah, you should be proud of the money. Give yourself a high five. The money is there. But if you're proud of this product, man, we're looking at something differently because I'm a huge basketball fan, but this is awful what has happened here.
Who do you point the finger to, the players or just
I think it's the whole basketball.
Adam Silver?
No, it's everything. It started this whole, look, these kids are playing AAU basketball. They're getting sneakers at 12 years old. They're going here. They're going there, and it's just manifested from that. Kobe Bryant said it, like the AAU culture needs to stop. LeBron said it. It's not helping the game. It's hurting the game. It's basically saying, I'm better than everybody. I'm an individual player. And then these European players have started to come into the league. Look who the best players in this league are.
Well, now it's going to get worse with the NIL stuff. They're going to get more egomaniac.
It's a disaster. Look, right now, this is they posted this up today of the lineups that you would see if it was the world versus the USA. Giannis Antetokounmpo, Luka Doncic, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Nikolai Jokic, Victor Wembanyama. That's the world team. Against Brunson, Curry, Durant, LeBron, and Tatum.
A lot of old players on that U.S. team.
A lot of old players on that USA. The young stars that are coming now. Anthony Edwards is a good player. He's American. But there's a lot of young European players. Giannis, Luka, SGA, Jokic, Wemby's 22. I mean, the young talent in this league, they are not from here because I think the system is broken. They have broken the system. Now, listen. Would it be fun? USA versus the world on a Sunday night after media week, all week leading up to it, and those guys, almost like the Super Bowl. They're out there. They're having a couple of interviews and yada, yada, and you're meeting people. You get a chance. I think that would be something that would get maybe the people a little bit more invested.
Are they going to be taking charges and taking hard fouls like we saw last night in the Four Nations where guys are blocking shots and checking?
I mean, the guy got hit in the face last night with a puck. I can't remember who it was. And Ferraro's doing the game, and he says, he took a puck to the face. He'll be okay. He'll be back out. I mean, meanwhile, Joel Embiid breaks his face. He's out multiple games.
Right.
I mean, it's just –
Paul George gets a pinky problem, and he's done.
Yeah, I mean, if you – listen, basketball, though, is the one laughing because – they have the check for $76 billion. The NHL does not have the ratings that the NBA has. So I don't know that game last night does anything to change any of that. But it was an awesome event. It was a lot of fun. And a lot of people are talking about it. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. What does Mike McGarry think about the Four Nations tournament last night? Could that help the other sports out as well? We're discussing, we're live at 279 Social Kitchen and Craft Bar. I'm going to take a look at the beer menu, the food menu. They got great TV set up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I see at least 7 in front of me right here. Got a great bar set up. We got at least 30 spots at that bar over there. They got a nice little dining room over here. They got some high tops. They got some long tops. This place is buzzing, man. Nice spot. Love it. Come on out. We got tickets to the weekend. Stop in. Our table is straight to the back. And you can see Jen and the team. They've got the sign-up box to enter to win tickets to the weekend. Social media Nate's here. Look at him. He's
Nate
all
Dogg.
Zoned in. Nate Dogg's in the house.
Got his Super Bowl champion hat.
You like
on.
that hat, don't you?
I do like that hat.
Little rope hat? Yeah, we just heard that he was getting a mention. He's a little on delay over there. All right, more Sports Bash coming up. 97.3 ESPN McGarry's on the way.
This is the home of the Super Bowl champion, Philadelphia Eagles.
The Philadelphia Eagles have won Super Bowl 59. They have beaten the Kansas City Chiefs 40-22.
97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's Eagles station.
Sebastian Maniscalco.
Now, is this a family? Is this your mother? Where is she? Is she in the crowd? The mom's up there. What kind of family is this? I'm sorry.
It Ain't Right Tour 2025.
The poor mother is in the balcony, and the kids are down here with the father and his gumad. If this was the 80s, the kids would have been up there, and the parents would have been down here.
The biggest comedian in the history of Atlantic City. Live at Ovation Hall and Ocean Casino Resort, September 18th to 28th. Get tickets now at theoceanac.com.
You okay?
I can't sleep with this cough.
Sounds like you need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with NyQuil VapoCool. It's NyQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
So you ready to get some sleep? Thank you, NyQuil VapoCool.
NyQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing nighttime coughing, aching, fever, best sleep with a cold medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code EARN to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code EARN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code EARN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
And I am the voice of the voiceless.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
The way I was playing a year ago is not the way I'm playing right now, and it sucks, but I believe probably need to fix the problem, and then I'll be back at that level. But hard to have the trust when you're not yourself.
That was Joel Embiid last night. The realization has kicked in for him. The season's over. He has no trust in that knee, he said, and it's probably time to shut him down. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com, joins us now on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. And, Mike, you heard Embiid there. Is that his cry for, hey, man, shut me down, I'm done?
Well, I mean, yeah, it could be a cry for help. Depends. The way they played last night was just, last night was such a great sports night a little bit because you had that hockey game, right? Goes to overtime. It's a great game. But, Mike, I almost couldn't tear myself away from Sixers Celtics because I was fascinated by how little effort the Sixers were giving defensively and how poor they were playing. And Embiid was at the center of that. So you can only assume that he's hurt. And if he's hurt and he's going to play the way he played last night, when I believe he was minus 20 or minus 23 for his time on the court, there's no reason for him to be out there. Shut him down now. Get the knee fixed. Try to get him as healthy as he can for next season. But more than that, Mike, I think the Sixers got to look at everything top to bottom. The way they played last night, that's the type of performance that gets people fired. And they got to look at the entire organization and how they plan to go forward. And even if Embiid can be healthy again.
Yeah, I know you're looking at Nick Nurse and his body language. I said before, we might have talked about this Wednesday, but this is the least entertaining team in 25 years, maybe even longer. I mean, this is a complete disaster. I think one of the things is, though, it kind of blindsided you. You really thought that this team, you get Paul George, you got Maxey, Embiid is out there, you added all these little role players with Caleb Martin, you brought back Oubre, you got Drummond in there so that when Embiid can't play, you got an all-star level backup. And this thing is just absolutely imploded, Mike.
Yeah, everything that could have gone wrong has gone wrong. I mean, I was one of the people in the offseason that thought this team had a great offseason. I thought adding Paul George for them in the position they were in was probably the right thing to do. But you look at them last night, and you mentioned Nick Nurse, and he might be chief among the people right now. Nobody looks like they want to be on the 76ers bench or on the court for the 76ers. No one looks happy, and Nick Nurse just looks absolutely miserable sitting there, and it's almost like you can read his mind saying, hey, I did not sign up for this. This is not what I had in mind when I became the coach of the Philadelphia 76ers. This is headed nowhere quickly. Paul George looks, every time he steps on the court, he looks 5 years older than the last time he stepped on the court. This thing has to be shut down, examined from top to bottom, and this organization has got to decide if it needs to go in a new direction, new leadership. I don't know, but whatever they're doing now, it's certainly not working. And injuries are obviously a part of it, and I know I've said this, and I haven't seen this written, too many places or even said too many places, but hey, what's Embiid's future? Does he even have a future? Because the guy who played last night, not good at all.
It's not. And after he said, look, he's acknowledging that I can't be the same guy. I can't have the same impact. But, when I am out there, we're still better. At this point, they are in a weird spot because, Mike, they are in the 7th spot. They're the 7th worst team in the league, which means if they fall 7, their draft pick goes to Oklahoma City. So they actually have to get worse to benefit from losing. They can't just, keep playing, and they got to actually hope to completely bottom out. And I'm sure people listening are saying, oh, my God, they got to get worse. Yeah, they actually have to get worse because there are 6 teams in the league that are worse than they are right now.
Yeah, and those 6 teams aren't trying to win at all, so the Sixers better get in line there. Look, Embiid says they are better with him on the court. Are they? Because, you look at the record in the games he played, it's not like, I think he's played 15, 16, maybe 17 games. It's not like they're 15-2 in the games he's played. They're about 500 or maybe a little bit under 500 when they played. And last night, that's the measuring stick, right? The Boston Celtics, the defending champion. If you're going to go anywhere in the playoffs, you're going to have to measure yourself against the Boston Celtics. And the Boston Celtics beat the Sixers by, 20-25 last night, and it could have been 30-35. So are they better with Embiid out there? The signs aren't that way, and he just needs to go get healthy. And I really believe try to save his career, because right now I have real doubts about his future.
Mike, let's transition. You mentioned the hockey game was going on. That didn't start till 8 o'clock, so you got the first hour of the Sixer game. They are getting pounded, pulverized into submission. You flip over, and here's this event. I want to get your takeaway. I don't know that hockey is the highest on your list of sports that you follow. I don't think it is. But so many people seemingly got grabbed by this thing. I want to get from you, what is it? What does it mean? I listen, I'm a baseball guy. The World Baseball Classic doesn't do anything for me. I just don't care. This kind of goes in that category for me of, okay, great, I don't know what happens now.
Yeah, I think, first of all, you're absolutely right. I'm not really a hockey guy. I pay attention to the sport, playoff time. Maybe a couple points during the regular season. I do think it's the nature of the sport and the nature of the guys who play the sport is why hockey was able to benefit, or why those games were so intense. And I think when hockey gets things right, like a playoff game, like a Game 7, like an overtime game in the Stanley Cup playoffs that goes 2-3 overtime periods, it's a thrilling sport to watch, and I think they were able to tap into that with this USA-Canada stuff. And let's face facts, there's some other stuff going on politically that we don't need to talk about that kind of even added to it and heightened it up a little bit.
Oh, but I real quick, I think, though, like if USA plays Finland or Sweden in that game, is there as much interest?
No one cares.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, no one cares. I think the fact that it was USA-Canada and you have some things going on in the political arena kind of adds to it, basically. But I think when hockey gets things right, it's a great product and an entertaining product to watch. And where they go, I think they kind of put a little bit of an example out there, or maybe a roadmap for other leagues to follow. I mean, maybe the NBA should try like a Ryder Cup, USA versus the world, for their NBA All-Star weekend. And I think what you're going to see is hockey is kind of maybe try to expand this 4-nation thing to maybe 6 or 8 nations next time it rolls around.
Well, and that's one of the things I said. I think what the NBA could take from this, first off, I don't think the American basketball players want to agree to play the Europeans, because I don't think they can beat the Europeans. That's one thing. Is the Canadians are thought to be better than U.S., so it's like an underdog thing. It's like a Rocky story. It's the underdog against Canada. Can we beat them? Where in basketball, USA is perceived to be the better, but I'm not sure that they are anymore.
Yeah, I think, and now, again, it depends on the players, and again, you talk about a hockey guy's mentality. The thing that obviously got everybody anxious for Thursday night's game was the previous game where they had 3 fights in 9 seconds of the opening face-off. So I don't care what you do with the NBA, what you match up. You're not going to throw the ball up in the air and LeBron's going to square off with Luka Doncic and start throwing haymakers 3 seconds in. That's not going to happen. But I do think if the NBA players took it for pride and you had a sort of Ryder Cup format, USA versus the world, I think, and the guys actually played the game, I think it would be interesting, and I think it would be compelling to watch. And I would put that on my TV where I didn't even give a second thought to watching the NBA All-Star game this past Sunday. So would I like to see Luka team up with Joker and Giannis against the greatest American players? Absolutely, I would watch that if the players gave the effort that the hockey players gave the past couple of days. And I think the other thing, Mike, is hockey has that tradition of international competition. You know, with the you go back to the 70s and even the 80s with the Soviet Red Army playing Canada and playing the Soviet Red Army, playing the Flyers, the Broad Street Bullies. So I think it tapped into a little bit of that also.
Yeah, there's no doubt. You know, and I even said, Mike, I think that baseball could even, you know, what both basketball, baseball, and even hockey can maybe do is like the Super Bowl, make it All-Star Week, have it travel from city to city every single year, have a media row, have the media come out there and do shows like they do for the Super Bowl, culminating with this huge international event at the end of the week. And that's maybe how they can fix these All-Star games and add some passion to their games, you know, that we saw last night. That's what I think the fans are into, is they saw the passion that these players had, and I think a lot of it is the money. You know, the hockey player, Connor McDavid, doesn't make a fraction of what any of the NBA stars make, and he's the best player in the league, and yet he's out there leaving it all on the line for his sweater. I think that's where this disconnect has been created is, you know, I use Tyrese Maxey. Why? Because he's popular. People like him. He's an all-star level player. He's a very good player. But quite frankly, Mike, he's not a max player. Like, he should not be paid a max contract. And I think that is what the problem has become. They just hand max contracts out to guys who are really, really good, but not the elites of the game.
Yeah, I think that's the situation that's, you know, that's only going to get worse in the NBA because they're about to have a new TV contract and the you know, the salary cap is going to go up, and pretty soon you're going to see the 10th guy on the team making $100 million a year. That's just the way it's headed. I think your idea about the All-Star Week is a great one, but you've got to have that payoff at the end. There has to be that event at the end. There has to be that Super Bowl. There has to be what we saw last night from the hockey players, and that passion has to come from the athletes themselves. You know, you watch the pregame interviews where they're talking to the guys on USA and Canada while they're warming up on the ice, and you could just tell how pumped they were for the event, how ready they were for the event. You know, if you interviewed somebody before the baseball All-Star game, I don't think you'd get the same sort of passion from the baseball player that you got from the hockey guys last night, unless you change that format to maybe make it more international. So, yeah, I think you can hold an event like that. You can celebrate the sport. You can hold fan festivals, all this stuff, but you got to have the event at the end of the week that sort of gives you the payoff. And to be honest with you, Mike, I'm not so sure because of just the way current events have played out that if hockey were to do this next year, it'd be the same sort of thing. Maybe this is just, you know, lightning in a bottle that hockey kind of caught here a little bit.
Right. Well, and that's the thing is, you know, the baseball does this World Baseball Classic, and everybody thought that Ohtani versus Trump versus Trout thing was going to do something for the sport. I don't know that they gained anything from that at bat.
Yeah, and the other thing I think is, you know, the other sports might be a little bit more ingrained in our culture a little bit. So, you know, obviously, you know, we root for the Phillies on a daily basis. If you're a big Flyers fan, you know, you're probably more invested in the hockey than you were last night. But it's hard to sometimes, you know, I think it captured the public's imagination because the public does not pay as much attention to hockey and maybe the hockey playoffs as they do the other sports. So when they flipped on the TV last night, the hockey veteran is probably, the guy who watches hockey 7 days a week is probably telling me, hey, McGarry, you know, you're a dummy. You should be watching more hockey because this is what our product is like 7 days a week. This is why our sport is the best. I think hockey was able to tap into that a little bit, where for baseball and basketball, people say, I don't want to watch the All-Star game. I'd just rather watch the Sixers play the Celtics, or I'd rather watch the Phillies play the Mets. I don't need to watch, you know, Canada versus the Dominican Republic in baseball.
Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. Anything locally that you're covering this weekend that the people should know about?
Yeah, we got the big, the winter sports calendar is about to turn to championship time. We've got Cape Atlantic League boys and girls championship games tomorrow at Egg Harbor Township High School, noon. Middle Township versus Holy Spirit for the girls' title. And then at 2 o'clock, St. Augustine Prep and Wildwood Catholic for the boys' title. And, you know, St. Augustine Prep, of course, coached by Paul Rodeo in his 48th season, more than 1,000 wins. The Hermits don't have their usual glittery record. They're 15-12 this year, but this might be one of the best coaching jobs Rodeo has done. He held the team together through some injuries, and now they're going to play for and try to win their 11th Cape Atlantic League title against Wildwood Catholic tomorrow at EHT. So if you want to see some great high school sports and see some great games inexpensively, I believe tickets are like $5, $6 for adults. Egg Harbor Township, the place to be tomorrow, noon and 2 o'clock for CAL title game.
And Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City will have all the coverage at pressofatlanticcity.com. Thanks, Mike.
All right, Mike, have a great weekend. We'll see you down the road. Thank you.
All right, Mike will be back to recap the Phillies start their thing tomorrow. By the way, Connor McDavid, $10 million this year is what he'll be making. LeBron, $48.7 million this year. LeBron backed out of the All-Star game. Connor McDavid scored the game-winning goal last night.
The day of the All-Star game, LeBron backs out.
In a game that he got paid $0 extra for. All right, when we come back, more Sports Bash all the way. 97.3 ESPN live today at 279 Social Kitchen and Craft Bar. I got the menu right here, Peachy. I see a couple of beers that you will probably enjoy. I got this little couple rotating taps. I like that. Got the New Trail. I'm a big fan of the New Trail. Little Goose Island, a couple Kona Big Waves. You going to dip into any of these?
You know, I've been trying to lay off.
Oh, come on.
I got a trip to Florida.
You got a Heineken Zero right here.
We're going to Clearwater in a couple weeks. I'm trying to.
I want to hear how your day at the parade was.
Okay.
That's next. Stick around. More Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN.
Tonight on Compass Media Network's coverage of NCAA basketball, it's a pivotal top 15 showdown between Big Ten rivals as the 12th-ranked Michigan Wolverines host the 14th-ranked Michigan State Spartans. Hi, it's Greg Daniels. Join NBA champ Rick Mahorn and me for all the action as the Big Ten's winningest head coach Tom Izzo leads his 14th-ranked Spartans into battle against Dusty May and the 12th-ranked Wolverines. If it's NCAA basketball, it's right here.
The college basketball season continues tonight on 97.3 ESPN. Coverage begins at 8 p.m.
Rise and shine, Valentine, all month long. You be the commander-in-chief. The savings are presidential. You just sign and drive at Matt Platt Mitsubishi with 0 down, 0 payments for 90 days, or 0% for 60 months on all remaining 24 Outlander sports in stock. But they won't last. Get yours before they're gone. Brand new Outlander PHEV, 0 security deposit, and just $399 per month lease. Yep, just sign and drive it home. Maybe you're a first-time buyer, or you've been turned down for a loan. Matt Platt Mitsubishi wants to finance your future, not your past. Bring in any trade, even if you're stuck in a current loan or lease. AJ the Trade Man wants to get you released and into a brand new 24 Outlander SUV, $29.99 with 0 down and 0 payments for 90 days.
Simply, Matt Mitsubishi.
Rate qualifications exist with approved credit. 1666 for 1,000 finance on in-stock 2024 Outlander Sports. Not all will qualify. Go to mattplattmitsubishi.com for complete details or call 844-946-2315. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes. Expires 3/4/25. Matt Platt Mitsubishi in the heart of Glassboro for 30 years.
Do you hear that? Asthma triggers are everywhere, from dust mites, pet dander, and pollen, to smog and smoke. An asthma attack can strike anywhere, anytime. Be prepared with quick-acting Primatene Mist. Clinically proven to open airways quickly. It's the #1 FDA-approved asthma inhaler available over the counter. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again. Use as directed.
Progressive presents Renter's MVP's Most Valuable Possessions. Today's MVP, Joe Fallon's bedroom mini fridge. Sure, this pint-sized chiller's max capacity is 3 soda cans, but what it lacks in stature, it makes up in cooling strength. Each beverage a perfect 37 degrees every time. And the 2 feet Joe walks to get a drink, priceless. That's why his mini fridge is today's MVP. Keep your most valuable possessions protected by bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Hey, it's Mike Gill for Game Day Men's Health in Egg Harbor Township. 1 in 4 men over 30 in the U.S. have low testosterone levels. Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health is defining a new era in men's health. Delivering premium testosterone replacement therapy, moving the stigma around erectile dysfunction, and supporting weight loss with medical treatments and vitamin therapy. Fast appointments, immediate results, and expert guidelines. No shortcuts. Their EHC office provides privacy, comfort, flat-screen TVs, and zero fluff. Get stronger and get healthier and get back in the game with free testosterone tests and consultation, a complete medical evaluation, and a customized game plan. With on-site lab, you'll get testosterone levels in just 15 minutes. Call Game Day Men's Health and EHT, 609-365-7088, or visit them on English Creek Avenue in EHT and GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Tell them Mike Gill sent you for a special offer.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. Babbel is designed with you in mind. From expert-created lessons to conversational video units and even live classes, you can personalize your Babbel experience to be exactly what you need to really learn a new language more easily. Go ahead, set a goal for yourself. Accomplish it with Babbel. Try Babbel for free. Go to BABBEL.com. That's Babbel.com.
Hey, not to be dramatic, but you should smell this. It smells so good.
Whoa, that's quite the reaction to mixing and matching Gain scents. Let's hear another from Ashley, who mixed Gain products and went,
I'm so excited.
yes, you are. What about you, Isaiah?
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. And Emily summed it up like so.
It is just chef's kiss.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Mix, match, more happy with Gain.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit GetEthos.com. That's GetEthos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
All right, welcome back. Sports Bash Live at 279 Social Kitchen and Craft Bar. Now, we'll be here till 6. We got tickets to the weekend. They're playing at Lincoln Financial Field. Peachy, my on-site producer. Now, you went to the parade.
I did.
Are you happy with that decision?
I am. Because you know what? I was telling Nate
I am
Dogg,
happy with that decision. Nate Dogg went to the parade as well.
I was not messing with the art museum stuff.
You went too?
Yeah, I saw Jen's post on Facebook. But see, I went down like South Philly on Broad, where it's more residential. People just go up to the barricades, they see the floats go by, and then they go home. And that's what I did.
So you didn't go to the speeches?
No, I was back home in Jersey by the speeches at 2 o'clock, and I was watching it right on my couch.
So you would go again?
I would. I'm going to go next year when they win it, when they go back-to-back.
So where did you start? Did you start at the stadium, or did you just find a spot along Broad Street?
Yeah, we were like by Broad in Washington, I want to say. I got myself a Pat's cheesesteak.
Is it packed? Was it packed?
No, it's not. Not as much, not as bad as the City Hall or Art Museum. No.
So just pick a spot.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, see, like the whole
Art Museum stuff, I can't get involved.
Yeah, the Art Museum stuff I'm out on.
No.
You know, maybe that I wouldn't mind. But then
it really
how was
wasn't
it getting
bad.
into the city?
Not bad.
No?
8 a.m. You
Nate
could
said
feel,
he went at 3:30. Earnshaw went at 4.
Yeah, those guys took the train in, right? Yeah, I wasn't about to do that.
By the way, no Earnshaw today. No nuggets today. We got Pete's potatoes.
Tendies. Yeah.
Pete's tenders.
Yep. I'll cook up something nice for you.
Little boneless wings today. By the way, speaking of the boneless wings, we're at 279 Social Kitchen and Craft Bar. I'm looking at the menu here, PG. Got a bunch of handhelds, a couple entrees. I see the maple bacon bone-in pork chop, the flame-grilled chimichurri flank steak. I like that. I like a little real and risotto. They got a nice menu here. A lot of things. That's the problem. You got too many things to choose from. You got the, I like a little Brussels. Went with the Brussels last night. Here's a question. I played trivia last night. We went out. Guy asked the question. There are 10 states that have more vowels than consonants in the name. Can you come up with them in 5 seconds?
No.
It's Philadelphia Flyers hockey tomorrow afternoon on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Listen as Tim Saunders and Todd Fedor bring you all the exciting play-by-play action.
Flyers get the extra attack rod. Konechny, he scores! Travis Konechny!
It's Flyers Oilers tomorrow afternoon. Coverage begins at 1 p.m. It's Flyers hockey all season long on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia Flyers hockey, 97.3 ESPN.
Rise and shine, Valentine. All month long, you be the commander-in-chief. The savings are presidential. You just sign and drive at Matt Platt Mitsubishi with 0 down, 0 payments for 90 days, or 0% for 60 months on all remaining 24 Outlander sports in stock. But they won't last. Get yours before they're gone. Brand new Outlander PHEV, 0 security deposit, and just $399 per month lease. Yep, just sign and drive it home. Maybe you're a first-time buyer, or you've been turned down for a loan. Matt Platt Mitsubishi wants to finance your future, not your past. Bring in any trade, even if you're stuck in a current loan or lease. AJ the Trade Man wants to get you released and into a brand new 24 Outlander SUV, $29.99 with 0 down and 0 payments for 90 days.
Simply. Bafla Mitsubishi.
Rate qualifications exist with approved credit. 1666 for 1,000 finance on in-stock 2024 Outlander Sports. Not all will qualify. Go to mattplattmitsubishi.com for complete details or call 844-946-2315. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes. Expires 3/4/25. Matt Platt Mitsubishi in the heart of Glassboro for 30 years.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Hey, it's Mike Gill. As football winds down, college basketball is gearing up. Fans are ready to see which teams will prove they are ready to shine in March and who will be seen in San Antonio. You can get in on all the action from tip-off to the final whistle at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code RADIO100 to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Progressive knows not all rides are smooth. Meet Sarah. She loves her motorcycle. What she doesn't love is when it suddenly rains. As she sits underneath a bridge waiting for it to stop, she grows quite fond of the graffiti on the overpass. She really likes the one with John Hart's Claire and wonders if they're still together. Not every ride is smooth, but Progressive has your back. Get an online quote in as little as 3 minutes and see if you can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in D.C.
With GMF financing, to qualify buyers excludes Traverse and Corvette, excludes prior sales.
It's President's Day all month long at Bennett Chevy. You know there's lots of President's Day sales, but none like Bennett Chevy, who beat them all. Right now, Bennett's selling new Chevys at the true GM supplier employee pricing and not a penny more. Plus, you keep all the rebates, saving you thousands. You'll save even more with available 0% financing. And right now, Bennett's paying a minimum $10,000 for any old trade towards any pre-owned in stock. That's a minimum 10 grand for the worst clunker. Imagine how much you'll get for a good trade. And Bennett's non-commissioned sales team is paid based on your satisfaction, not how much you spend. So there's no pressure trying to sell you more. No back and forth negotiations. No waiting around for a manager. No, not at Bennett Chevy, because Bennett is really different and you're gonna love it. So get to Bennett Chevy's President's Day sale and save now. Together, let's drive. Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
All right, a happy hour Friday, everybody. This hour of the show, it's brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing service for generations. Call 609-390-3907. Online, broadlees.net. Today, the Sports Bash Happy Hour Friday is on the road at 279 Social Kitchen and Craft Bar. We're in Galloway at 279 New York Avenue. Grand opening for them today. Already got a nice little bar crowd here on a Happy Hour Friday. Pete G, stop over to the table and sign up to win tickets to see The Weeknd. Now, did you like The Weeknd at the Super Bowl?
I did like that, actually. I thought he was good. I did not care for Kendrick Lamar, really. I know that might upset guys like Nate Dogg over there and Earnshaw, these Gen Zers. But
yeah, they like the I said, I just didn't know a lot of his stuff, and it's not that I thought his performance was pretty good, actually. Well choreographed, just not – didn't know the songs, didn't know the words. I like to sing along. The Weeknd, I know a little bit more.
Yeah.
But we got tickets to see The Weeknd. They're playing at Lincoln Financial – or he's playing at Lincoln Financial Field, which if you're playing at Lincoln Financial Field and you can fill that place up, you're pretty darn popular. So
I'd say so.
I said to myself, we have tickets to see The Weeknd. Is that a big draw? And then Jen said, he's playing at Lincoln Financial Field. What do you think?
Right.
I said, really? Lincoln Financial Field?
He's not playing at the convention center down the street.
No, he's not playing at the Electric Factory.
No.
So we have tickets to The Weeknd. Stop out, drive out on your way home from work today and pop out and see the new spot here, which going to have some live music. And go to their website, 279social.com. Enter to win a $100 279social gift card, and you can do that all throughout the show. All right, I hear The Weeknd in my ear. It's The Weeknd for us. I see a truck rolling in here right now. See that big white pickup truck? Is he listening to the show?
I think
yes
he's gonna come in here.
You think that guy in that truck is listening right now?
Oh, Jen thinks so.
Yeah. Just based on the vehicle? That's very nice of you to say. All right, here we go. Couple things. A.J. Brown.
Oh, the podcast.
The podcast. Did
Yes.
you listen to any of the podcasts?
I did. I heard some of those comments.
He apparently made a plea
for Myles Garrett.
For Myles Garrett.
Picking up what you're putting down
Now,
there.
do you think he was serious or he was just joking around, or do you think that these are his real feelings?
I think he's serious. Now, those guys actually mentioned Max Crosby, too, after they talked about Myles Garrett.
Here's A.J. Brown. Josh, what is the name of this podcast? I'm sorry, I'm not aware.
Kicking It with D. Apparently, it's this hip-hop guy named The Destroyer, and he co-hosts with former NFL punter Brad Wing.
Brad Wing. I do remember him. I do remember his illustrious career. Kicking It with D, the podcast. A.J. Brown is the guest, and he gives his thoughts on adding Myles Garrett.
Money don't matter. You could bring anybody on.
An unlimited salary cap is off. Honestly, that's what it be feeling like over here. I'll say Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett.
Oh, my God.
Adding him with Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what's going to happen with Josh Sweat or Milton.
All right, so he said a couple things at the end there. I don't know what's going to happen with Josh Sweat or Milton. But, Josh, give me the gist. I couldn't really hear a little bit what he was saying. There's a gentleman here asking me a bunch of questions about The Weeknd.
So, basically, for those who don't know, the context of the interview was they were saying to A.J. Brown.
I can't hear you. I just didn't want you to keep going and thinking I was not answering you. I would answer if I could hear you. I can't hear what you're saying.
I think it was the white truck comment, right?
Oh, were you the guy driving the white truck? No, that guy over there was driving the white truck. Yeah. Oh. All right, go ahead, Josh. Sorry.
Yeah. God.
By the way, we're out on location for the people who are wondering what's going on. There's people that guy came up and asked a question about The Weeknd. I can't answer any questions about The Weeknd because, quite frankly, I don't even know who it is.
If you saw The Weeknd at the bar, you wouldn't know who he is, Mike.
No, I do know the song that you played, and I remember him playing at the Super Bowl. I just don't know him to see him. And
Gotcha.
as I referenced before, I thought The Weeknd was a band, but then I remember from the Super Bowl calling him a band and realizing it's just a guy.
It's just a guy.
Just one person.
He's just one dude.
He's just a guy. He does make some pretty popular music. So anyway.
Yeah, I do know the music. I'm not knocking the guy. I just don't know
I didn't
him.
say you
Now
were
this-
knocking him. I was just saying that, for people out there, it's funny because you say The Weeknd, and it sounds like a band, like The Killers or something.
Exactly. But there was a gentleman here who was asking me a lot of questions. He said something about The Weeknd. I kept hearing it. I didn't know what he was talking about, but nobody was really giving him any answer. So I felt compelled to be the one who had to step in here. I got a team of 4 or 5 people here. Nobody answered the poor guy's question. So here I'm working, and I had to stop what I'm doing to answer the gentleman's question.
So back to
Sam,
AJ.
Alex, Nick, next time, that's on you, all right?
I mean,
jeez. I don't know where Jen went. She left me out to dry.
Of course she did.
Nate Dogg's over there cutting up the audio. All right, what do you
Brown.
got? So you played the A.J. Brown, but I
Yes.
couldn't hear it because I had the gentleman asking me about The Weeknd.
He's recruiting Myles Garrett.
Well, no, that's not what happened. So what happened was they were asking him on the pod, kicking it with D.
Mm-hmm.
They were asking him, if you could add anyone, there's no financial implications, to which he says, frankly, how he kind of feels like he works with no salary cap anyway. So they had a good laugh about that. And they said, look.
Yeah, that part I heard, it sounded like he was making a joke, like money's no object. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
And he said, if I could add anyone, I would love to add Myles Garrett, he said, to be a part of the line with, and he specifically names Jillian Carter and Nolan Smith.
Okay, so he kind of endorsed, I wouldn't mind Myles Garrett. Okay, so on that, here's what I will say about the Myles Garrett stuff. As it was my understanding, is the cap hit to trade Myles Garrett before June 1st is a problem.
Correct.
Therefore, you cannot trade draft picks in this draft to satisfy the Browns because the cap hit they would take for trading him before June 1st would be too detrimental to them. So anybody trading for Myles Garrett essentially is going to have to trade future picks. So if you're the Browns, that is not something that you're all that enticed by. You want to get something now.
Right, which is why they came out and said, we're not going to trade him. We're not going to entertain any offers.
So just to give people, Myles Garrett asked for a trade. The Browns say, we don't want to trade you.
Right.
Okay, well, usually the player gets what he wants or something happens. Well, here's the problem. The implications on Cleveland are too detrimental for them to trade him now.
Right, so just for those who don't know, so the number is, it would be, Mike, a negative against Cleveland of over $52 million between the dead cap hit and the lack of savings.
Yeah, if they trade him, it has to be post-June 1st.
The
problem with that is post-June 1st is after the draft.
Correct.
So you can't trade him and say, hey, we'll give you our first-round pick in the draft this year because the draft happens before June 1st. So you are going to have to make a trade and get Cleveland to then agree on future first-round picks. And I don't know that Cleveland's going to be signing up for that.
No, and then by the way, for those who don't know, so Cleveland, if they trade him post June 1st, it would only be a $14.5 million dead cap hit.
Right, so you could trade him after the draft. Now, if you're Cleveland and you wait till after the draft and you trade him, it's not as big as a cap hit. It's still $14 million, but again, almost $60 million.
14 versus 60, it's a pretty big difference.
Yeah, that's like LeBron and Connor McDavid.
Exactly.
Pretty much.
So he's still going to get traded, just not before June 1st, probably.
So, so to go back on this is, if you're an Eagles fan and you're saying, how come the Eagles aren't making a move for Myles Garrett? Well, that's part of the problem. They cannot likely make a deal until after the draft. The question then would be, after the draft is over, does Cleveland figure out a way to mend the fences with him, give him a new deal, restructure his deal, do something with his deal? Or does a team like Philadelphia say, hey, listen, we're getting ready to go to training camp. You still don't have a deal done. He doesn't want to be there. We'll give you our first-round pick next year. Keep in mind, next year you're going to have some compensatory picks coming your way, you would think, because you're probably going to lose Josh Sweat or Mekhi Becton or Milton Williams or Zach Bond. So you might have some more ammunition to play with in next year's draft. Now, you don't know what those picks are going to be until later on down the road. But I'm telling the Eagles fans out there now, don't anticipate the Eagles trading for Myles Garrett anytime soon.
And by the way,
what that sounds like, right?
Remember, Howie Roseman's season's 365. Howie has acquired a lot of guys in that month of August, right? He's done a lot of moves where he doesn't do it during the traditional offseason.
That's a big one to do, though, but you're right. He has made trades where he brought in, like, Ronald Darby. That trade happened.
C.J. Goddard-Johnson.
Absolutely. That's a big level of trade. Now, so A.J. Brown essentially endorsing Myles Garrett. Here's what I'll ask you guys. There was an article that was written that said 3 teams that should wait for Joey Bosa instead of trading for Myles Garrett. So we brought this up a little bit yesterday, but the number 1 team they write is Philadelphia. They think that Philadelphia is better suited of just waiting for Joey Bosa to be released as opposed to trading a first-round pick or something else to get Myles Garrett. Would you guys be more inclined to just, hey, let's go get Joey Bosa, or do you want to swing for the fences with Myles Garrett?
If it's between, I do like the fact that he would be in free agency. He would be cut before free agency even starts, as opposed to having to outbid other teams and trade for a guy like Garrett. So I do like that aspect of it.
Bosa, by the way, entered the league in 2016. He's played his entire career with the Chargers. Last season, he had 5 sacks. The year before that, 6.5, 2.5 before that. A lot of injury problems. That has been the problem with Joey Bosa, is the injuries have been a problem, and he is also 29 years old. So you're looking at Bosa, same age as Myles Garrett, way less productive than Myles Garrett, due in large part to the injuries. This year he played 14 games.
So he was healthy this year, and he still didn't really have the output.
He was coming back from an injury this year.
Yeah, he was not but I mean, he started 9 games. He played in 14 games. The year before he played in 9 games. He played 5 the year before that.
Yeah, he really hasn't been healthy since I think 2021 is the year. So that was the last time I think he played a full season.
So would you be more comfortable just taking it? That's what the Eagles have done, though, right? The Joey Bosa move seems more
right, because they give veterans when they are at their lowest value, and they give them an inexpensive number. He kind of fits the mold, doesn't he? Of like hey, we're gonna buy low on a guy who has a high potential.
Right. There's so
and
many,
hope for a resurgence of some sort.
But there's so many examples of them doing that, where they go get a guy who was a first-round pick or somebody who had, has been a very good player, but had Patrick Robinson.
Patrick Robinson, yeah.
Was a guy, you go right to him. Mekhi Becton, he was a first-round pick.
Yep.
He had a lot of injury problems. And
C.J. Goddard-Johnson.
You've had so many different guys that you have just signed.
Now, my only
take
question.
The 1-year discount. Now, the question is, would he have other suitors lining up to give him more years, or can they get him on the 1-year prove-it deal because you're hurt? If that's the case, I think that could be the way.
He could go play with his brother in San Fran. That's probably a destination for him.
Well, the other thing I was going to ask is, remember a couple of years ago, speaking of his brother, Joey had that run-in with Eagle fans for the NFC Championship game.
Yeah,
so
remember
that? If he does come back to Philadelphia, Chris Long kind of brought this up on his podcast. He was like, Joey might need to make some amends with the Philly fans if he comes to play here.
I think he'll be fine as soon as he signs and wears puts on the green uni. They'll love him. But one thing they said, the 3 teams they mentioned, one was Dallas, the other was Buffalo, and the other was Philly. And one of the reasons they said Buffalo was that he won't be cheap, but a short-term prove-it deal to go ring chasing could restore his value. That could be the kind of deal that you hand out for a guy like him to come play here. Hey, you want to come ring chasing? We just lost Josh Sweat. We'll bring you here for 1 year, $12.5 million. come here and show us that you can fit in with this team and be the guy, and there'll be money for you on the back end.
By the way, he is about a year younger than Chris Long when he left St. Louis and went to New England to ring chase. So
Chris Long's another example, though, of a guy that got a one-year deal who has been, on some Super Bowl champ. Now, Bosa hasn't won Super Bowl champions, but
Long didn't win a championship till he left St. Louis and went to New England. That's my point.
Was Long a cap casualty? Was he just another one of those guys?
He was a guy who was getting old in St. Louis. Yeah, he had some injury issues himself in St. Louis.
No, I'm talking about, though, that he went to New England and won. Bosa has not won in
No,
LA.
but what I'm saying is that before he got to New England, Long was a year older when he got to New England than when Joey Bosa is entering free agency now. Because remember, he had all those losing years in St. Louis. He had some injury issues. So he kind of is a similar vibe to Joey Bosa, where he's kind of in the, hey, I'm going to be turning 30. I've never won anything in my life. I'm going to go ring chase now. And that's when Chris Long went to New England.
Yeah. And one thing is, Bosa is a couple of years off of having an impactful year. You're going back to 2021. He had 10.5 sacks. But he's one of those guys that jumped on the scene, had a bunch of sacks as a rookie, another big year as a sophomore, and third year he had over 11 sacks. So he had early impact, but hasn't done something for 3 years. So that's where I think you have a shot to say, look, you haven't done anything in 3 years. You want to come here? We just won a Super Bowl. We'll take you, but you got to come at our terms. The question will be, are there other teams that are going to value him more based on what he did earlier in his career?
Mike, I got a couple texts for you coming in at 609-403-0973. One texter asks, would signing Joey Bosa be that much cheaper than bringing back Josh Sweat?
Fair question. Yes, I think there's a potential for that. There's not a potential of getting Josh Sweat on the cheap. I think there's a potential of getting Bosa to say, I'll do a 1-year prove-it deal.
Can you bring back Sweat and Williams?
Doubt
bring
it.
both those guys back to probably just keep the guys intact. They were Super Bowl heroes, and go at it like that. Just run it back with those two guys instead of shuffling with Joey Bosa or another cap casualty out there. And for
I think Sweat is going to get way too much money offered to him.
Yeah.
And Williams, by the way. I think both of those guys are going to get a large amount of money.
I think Sweat's going to get overpaid significantly by somebody.
Yeah, in the sense of them being overpaid, or just because they're just...
I think Milton Williams is a very good player. I don't know that the money he's about to make is going to be a wise decision by a team that he goes to, and that's not to knock him. I think there's going to be a bad team that throws a lot of money at him, and he ends up going there and maybe flourishing, but we just don't hear from him again. As opposed to you hear a guy like Josh Sweat, I don't know that he's going to go somewhere, make $18 million, and then be an impactful pass rusher for that team. Keep this in mind. Myles Garrett might be the best defensive end in football. He's never won a playoff game, right?
He won one. He won one with Baker Mayfield in 2020.
COVID year.
Good for him.
Yeah. All right, coming up, the Phillies open up the Grapefruit League portion of their schedule tomorrow. When we come back, my conversation with Todd Zalecki from Phillies.com, MLB.com, on the Sports Bash next on 97.3 ESPN.
Wake up weekday mornings from 6 to 10 a.m. with Unsportsmanlike on 97.3 ESPN with Evan Cohen, Super Bowl champion Chris Canty, and Michelle Small.
Can't wake up without it.
Brought to you by the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City.
Rise and shine, Valentine. All month long, you be the commander-in-chief. The savings are presidential. You just sign and drive at Matt Platt Mitsubishi with 0 down, 0 payments for 90 days, or 0% for 60 months on all remaining 24 Outlander sports in stock. But they won't last. Get yours before they're gone. Brand new Outlander PHEV, 0 security deposits, and just $399 per month lease. Yep, just sign and drive it home. Maybe you're a first-time buyer, or you've been turned down for a loan. Matt Platt Mitsubishi wants to finance your future, not your past. Bring in any trade, even if you're stuck in a current loan or lease. AJ the Trade Man wants to get you released and into a brand new 24 Outlander SUV, $29.99 with 0 down and 0 payments for 90 days.
Simply, Bafla Mitsubishi. Mitsubishi.
Rate qualifications exist with approved credit. 1666 per 1,000 finance on in-stock 2024 Outlander Sports. Not all will qualify. Go to mattplattmitsubishi.com for complete details or call 844-946-2315. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes. Expires 3/4/25. Matt Platt Mitsubishi in the heart of Glassboro for 30 years.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Keeping the fans entertained and happy.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Always hit one or two for the most part of my career. I hit a little three, but one or two early on. And, I think
think it would be fun, be a little different. I've been at 2 for a few years now, but kind of get back to a little bit more speed and have that aspect of the
That was Trey Turner telling the media that he might be looking forward to hitting in a new spot in the lineup. It could be number 1 in the lineup. Todd Zalecki covers the Phillies, MLB.com, the Phillies podcast. You can check that out as well with Todd Zalecki, Jim Salisbury, Ruben Amaro Jr. He joins me right now with a look at the Phillies at spring training in Clearwater, which is probably a lot nicer than it is here right now. Todd Zalecki, what's up, buddy? Welcome back, man.
Mike, what's going on, dude? How are you?
I'm doing good. So my cousin said he met you a little while back, and he said, Todd Zalecki said he used to do your show all the time. I said, you know what? He did used to do my show all the time. It's time to bring him back.
Yeah, I love it, man. Good to talk to you, man. I haven't talked to you forever.
I know. I'll be down in Clearwater here soon. I hope to bump into you. I know you guys put out your list of your. Is everything okay down there? Like everything opening back up?
Yeah, I tell you what. When you drive to Clearwater Beach, I mean, I certainly like in some residential neighborhoods, like near the beach, things are still pretty banged up. But for the average Phillies fan coming to Clearwater this spring, you're really not going to see a huge difference in how the area looks. The marina right now is under construction on Clearwater Beach, but that was already scheduled. But pretty much everything else is open. There's like maybe 1 or 2 businesses that are still boarded up, but all the big restaurants down here, all the Frenchies locations are open. The Palm Pavilion reopened. Clear Sky, all those places, they're back and running, and it does look great down here.
Good to hear that. We'll be down in Clearwater here shortly. Todd Zalecki's with the Phillies. So let's start with Trey Turner. Lead off, it sounds like he's cool with that. I guess the question would be, he's cool with it, but is everybody else?
I think so. Yeah, you know what? I here's the sense I get from this team. They think they're really good. They think they can win the World Series. They also know that their time is limited. Schwarber is a free agent after the season. JT Realmuto is a free agent after the season. Ranger Suarez is a free agent after the season. And so I think they understand that they're not going to have this group together forever because you can't keep everybody all the time. And so I think these guys are willing to make adjustments. Bryce Harper loves to hit third. That's where he wants to hit. But he said, if I have to hit second, I'll hit second. I've hit second in the past. Kyle Schwarber, I think he loves hitting leadoff. And I think if you said you could pick your spot in the lineup and you could guarantee where you win a World Series, where would you hit? I think he would say first. But I also think he wants to win a World Series. So if he has to hit fourth, he will hit fourth. And I think Trey Turner, they think that if he hits first, it might make him a little bit more selective at the plate. It might change his approach. Instead of trying to drive in runs, maybe his mindset might be more, I just got to get on base, just see pitches, just get on base, steal a bag or two, score some runs. And so I think all of those guys on board, because those are the 3 guys you have to consider, right? Bryce, Kyle, and Trey Turner. And all 3 of those guys seem to be very open to hitting in those spots.
That's the key, because you're right. I mean, Turner's hit leadoff plenty in the past. In fact, I think he's hit leadoff more than any other spot in the order during his career, as has Schwarber. But the big one is Harper. I've got people, messaging me. Well, Harper will not agree to do it, but you're saying that doesn't seem to be the case. He's willing to hit 2, but probably not like, hey, do you want to hit leadoff? He's not wanting to do that, but he's willing to hit 2.
Yes, he did say, I've hit 2, I've hit 3, I've hit 4. He said, the reason why I like hitting third is because I like to see a lot of pitches before my at-bats. I like to see what the pitcher's doing. So obviously you move up 1 spot in the order. You don't see as many pitches in that first at-bat, but you also get about 18, 20 more plate appearances over the course of a 162-game season. So you also get to hit more if you hit second, of course, obviously, right? The one thing he says he doesn't want to do is, like, I don't want to hit leadoff. I don't consider myself a leadoff hitter. But Rob Thompson also said that before we talked to Bryce the other day, or last week in camp. Rob said, we are not going to hit Bryce leadoff. He is not going to be a leadoff hitter. And that's because I think they just think the best option is Trey Turner.
All right, Todd Zalecki is with us down in Clearwater. MLB.com covers the Phillies podcast. Make sure you guys are checking that out throughout the spring for all the updates there. So I guess that means Bohm would hit in the 3 spot and Nick Castellanos in the 5 spot. After that, then what are we looking at here? Is that just still up in the air? Is that something they're going to figure out down in Clearwater?
I think best guess right now, if Bohm does hit third, and Rob has said he likes the idea of splitting up Bryce and Schwarber with the righty bat. So that's why I think it's going to be Bohm in the 3 spot. I think you're right. I think Castellanos hits 5th. Then after that, you kind of have to Rob really does like to alternate the lefty-righty situation. So I think Bryson Stott right now is the favorite to hit 6th. He hit 5th or 6th most of last season, even though he struggled. He's healthy now, so everybody seems to think he's going to have a big bounce back here. He had an elbow injury last year that really kind of changed his swing, got him into some bad habits, they said. So he would hit 6th. I think JT Realmuto would hit 7th. And then you have 2 lefties at the end of the lineup in Max Kepler and Brandon Marsh. So probably Max Kepler 8th. He's got a little bit more pop. And then Brandon Marsh 9th. You could have Johan Rojas hitting 9th sometimes. So maybe you would have, so you have Rojas hit 9th, Kepler hit 8th. But I think that's how the lineup right now on paper is probably most likely going to set up.
Todd, are you surprised that Kepler, not only was he the guy they brought in, but that they basically said he's going to be the everyday player out there? I mean, is that a little bit of a surprise that that's what they're going to go into this season with?
Well, it was definitely a surprise for me because I guess assumed that when they tried to upgrade in left field that it would be a right-handed hitting corner outfielder because they got Austin Hayes last year at the trade deadline, and the whole idea there was we're so left-handed, we need somebody that can crush some left-handed pitching in the postseason. So they went out and they got Austin Hayes, and obviously that did not work out, and then they let him go. They non-tendered him. They made him a free agent after the season ended. But because of all those things, I went in the offseason going, okay, who's it going to be? Teoscar Hernandez maybe, Anthony Santander from the Orioles, could it be maybe a more mid-level type of right-handed bat? No, they went out and they got Max Kepler. It's funny because the night that news broke, it was Mark Feinsand at MLB.com. We broke that story, and then we caught word that the Phillies had reached an agreement on a 1-year contract with an outfielder. So I immediately went to all the right-handed hitting corner outfielders. I said, all right, well, it's not Hernandez, it's not Santander, it's not, it can't be this guy because he's also looking for multi-year. I'm going, I said, who could it possibly be?
Who's left?
Figured out. Yeah, who's left that could? Who's a competent right-handed bat that would sign a 1-year deal? And then it might be a left-hander. So then we figured it out. We figured it out with Max Kepler, but it was very surprising to me. And is it surprising that he's penciled in to be the everyday left fielder? Not totally. I think they want to give him that opportunity to prove himself. I think they need him to try to prove himself. They want him to prove himself. When he is healthy and he's good, he's been very good. The problem is that he has been injured a lot, and when he's injured, he hasn't been very good. But I think they really want to see if he can hit left-handed pitching. If he can't hit left-handed pitching, then you're looking at a situation where you might see a little bit more Weston Wilson in left field this season.
All right. If you were to say, hey, they lost to the Mets, was their starting pitching the reason? And I ask that because the big move they made was to add a starter. Now, I understand they needed a starter, but when you look at the starting rotation, was that what needed to be upgraded the most?
Probably not to that degree, in the sense that you could have probably found a cheaper, and I say cheaper, I mean, they traded a top 100 prospect in Sterling Cava to the Marlins to get Jesus Luzardo. Maybe you could have found maybe a cheaper option to be the number 5 starter to kind of hold the fort down until Andrew Painter comes up, possibly June, July, or August. But I think the Phillies with their payroll restrictions, I mean, they have the 3rd highest payroll in baseball, but they're over that 4th luxury tax. So they're paying 110% tax penalty for every dollar they spend at this point. I think they couldn't get maybe the relievers they wanted on a 1-year deal. They got Jordan Romano, hoping he's going to bounce back. We talked about Kepler. Obviously, he's trying to bounce back on a 1-year deal. And so I think in their mind, and I actually agree with this. I've heard Pat Gillick say this, Hall of Fame GM with the Phillies, and Ruben Amaro and Ed Wade, all sorts of people over the years, just try to get better. And so if you can't maybe get the left-handed outfielder that you wanted, or maybe you can't get the another elite closer or late inning reliever that you wanted, man, why don't you just stockpile up on starting pitching? Just go hard on starting pitching, because if you get good starting pitching, you have a chance to win most nights, even if your offense is struggling. So I think that's the thought process there. And also, I think, quite frankly, Dave Dombrowski said this last week. He says, I take the blame for this. I think one of the big reasons why we struggled in the second half is because I did not address the rotation at the trade deadline. You know, Taijuan Walker. Remember last second half, Taijuan Walker was pitching. Ranger was not good in the second half last year. He was injured. He was banged up. You had Tyler Phillips in there struggling. You had Seth Johnson, a prospect, make a spot start. So they really struggled in the second half, in part because their number 4 and 5 starters were struggling. So I think in Dave Dombrowski's mind is, okay, we didn't get Teoscar Hernandez or make a big move or make a big splash offensively like the Mets or like the Dodgers. But, man, we've loaded up on starting pitching, and that should give us a pretty good chance.
All right, in your mind, the bullpen failed them in the playoffs, but is their bullpen better now than over 162 last year?
Boy, that is great. I don't know if I could say that right now because Jeff Hoffman was so good last season. I know an all-star reliever. Carlos Estevez was pretty good for them down the stretch. You know, obviously, you're right. They did not pitch well in the postseason. That was a big reason why they got knocked out by the Mets. A lot is hinging on two people in my mind. Jordan Romano, all-star closer 2 years in a row at the Blue Jays, was hurt last year. By all accounts, he's throwing the ball well this spring. I think they're optimistic about him. I think, to me, the big piece of this puzzle is Orion Kerkering. They really, truly believe he's ready to take a step up and fill the Jeff Hoffman role and be a dirty inning, coming in with a runner on first and second and one out and get out of the jam type of guy. If Orion Kerkering is ready to take that next step and be that dirty inning, late inning reliever, then I think that they could be good. But I mean, you're definitely have to keep an eye on Romano and Kerkering. I think both of those guys are going to need to step up to kind of match or exceed the performance of last year's bullpen.
All right, we're talking with Todd Zalecki, and you can check out all his work over at MLB.com, Phillies.com. Check out the Phillies podcast. It's a great show with him, Jim Salisbury, Ruben Amaro Jr. And one of the things, I guess, we're getting a chance to see some of these young guys, Painter, Miller, Crawford. I know we all think Painter will have some impact, but do either of the position guys have a shot at all to impact this team in 2025?
I think there's a chance. Now, it's funny because Dave Dombrowski has said, in his first press conference following the loss to the Mets last fall, Justin Crawford was brought up, and he said, now here's a guy that could come fast. He could, unlikely, but he could potentially push for a promotion at some point this season. I think that's possible. It's probably unlikely, but it's possible. I mean, if he just has a great year, and there's a need for sure, I think he could be considered. Aiden Miller we asked Dave the same thing, and he brought it up on ours, and he's like, Aiden Miller is really, really good baseball player. We think he's going to be a really, really good shortstop. And he says a guy like that can come fast to the big leagues. I've seen it before. The great ones come fast, and he thinks he's going to be a star one day. He thinks Aiden Miller is going to be a star. So I actually asked Dave, I said, do you think he could push for a spot later this season? He said, I would not I don't want to put that on him. I think it's unlikely. I don't think so, but I can't entirely rule it out either. I mean, if the guy has a gangbusters year and there's an injury or there's a trade to be made or something like that, possibly, but I would say unlikely for both of them. But Painter for sure is a guy that Dave has openly said July-ish. He's like, that could be June, that could be August, 6-man rotation possibly, but he absolutely 100% expects Andrew Painter to pitch for them at some point in 2025 and be good. He's not coming up as a, hopefully he can give us 4 good innings, and be somewhat competitive. They expect him to come up and pitch well.
Yeah, and say if that's the case, then that means somebody's bumped, right? Or either bumped or traded.
Well, I don't.
Or hurt.
Well, hurt. Certainly, injury could impact that. I don't necessarily think though that means that somebody gets traded or somebody gets bumped. They have talked about using a 6-man rotation because for a few reasons. Ranger Suarez, he was injured last year. They want to keep him healthy. They want to monitor his workload. They think he wore down in the second half of the season. Jesus Luzardo missed most of last season with an injury. So they have to be really mindful of how much he pitches. And, of course, Andrew Painters has to be somebody who, he hasn't pitched in 2 competitive years, so they really need to monitor his workload. So it's not like Andrew Painter's going to come up and he's going to be throwing 110 pitches, going 6, 7, 8 innings every time out. He might only go, 4, 5, 6 innings. And regardless, they might want to give him that extra rest. So I do think there's a scenario where to keep these guys fresh and effective for the postseason, they do go to a 6-man rotation.
All right, Todd Zielecki. Of course, the Phillies open up on Saturday. Now, getting ready for the start of spring training, long, grinding stuff here with not a lot of stories, right? They don't have a lot of roster decisions to make here. It looks like they got a 5-man rotation. They got a pretty set roster. They have a pretty set group of guys. Is there any roster story or something that fans should be paying attention to?
Well, I think Rafael Marchand, Garrett Stubbs, who's going to be the backup catcher. I think right now you go into camp, Rafael Marchand has the edge because he is out of options. So if he doesn't make the team, you probably lose him to another organization. And Phillies don't have a lot of great catching depth. So I think right now the edge goes to Marchand over Stubbs, who's been the backup the last 3 years. This is intriguing only because of the contract involved, but Taijuan Walker, is he going to be the last man in the bullpen?
Yes.
He's got 2 years, $36 million left, or I think it's $38 million left on his deal. Is he going to make the team? So that's something to watch. Again, more or less because he's, the Phillies, when they signed him, they thought he'd be in the rotation, and now he's like fighting to be the long man in the bullpen. And then that last spot is the last bench job. Is it going to be Weston Wilson? Is it going to be Cody Clemens? If they try Edmundo Sosa in center field as a right-handed bat, does maybe Johan Rojas start the season in the minor leagues, and does that maybe allow them to keep Weston Wilson and Cody Clemens on the bench? So there's some like final bullpen spot, final bench spot, intrigue. But yeah, definitely nothing sexy. That's for sure.
Absolutely, which means more time. I like the new Bavaros down there. I was a big fan of that spot last year. Hopefully, it didn't get hit in the hurricane down there. I know the Boxer reopened too, right?
The Boxer reopened. The Bavaros is open. I know that because I know some friends that have already been down there and been crushing some za.
I saw last year. I saw Ruben at the Salt House, which took over for the Boxer. That's a nice little new spot down there. I know a lot of people.
I have not been there. Okay.
Yeah, it was at where the Brown Boxer used to be. It's called the Salt House. Really good spot. They really it's more of like I don't want to say fancier, but it's
right.
A nicer establishment in terms of it's got like the white look to it, very beachy. So yeah, it's a good spot to check out. Looking forward to getting back down there here soon. And Todd Zielecki, MLB.com, the Philly Show podcast. Make sure you guys check that out. And he was kind enough to come back here on the Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. Yeah. Thank you, Todd. We'll have you on again soon, bud.
Absolutely. See you, Mike.
There's Todd Zielecki from MLB.com, covers the Phillies. Covered a little Clearwater spots there. Bavaro's Pizza there at PG. We stopped there last year.
A little red wine, little pizza. Why not?
Salt House. Were you there at the Salt House?
I was,
Saul Amaro?
Yeah. Saul Amaro Jr., yep.
That used to be the Brown Boxer, which was a big spot. It was like a Phillies bar. You saw a lot of Philly media people in there, a lot of Phillies fans in there.
Late night, too. I mean, we're talking 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning.
But they opened up the Brown Boxer down the street now at a place that used to be called Jimmy Hula's.
Right.
So anybody who's going down to spring training this year, Boxer's back. There's a little insight on that kind of stuff. We thank Todd Zielecki for jumping on board the show. And check out the podcast, The Phillies Show. It's probably the best Phillies podcast out there with Todd Zielecki, Jim Salisbury, and Ruben Amaro Jr. They do a great job on that. All right, coming up in the 4 o'clock hour, football at 4, Adam Kaplan is in the house. We are in the house today over at 279 Social Kitchen and Craft Bar here on the Sports Bash, and we're hanging out. We got tickets to see the weekend. We got a full bar, though. I mean, they got a packed house in this joint. It's their grand opening. People have been coming and going and coming and going, but it looks like if you're looking for a seat at the bar,
it's going to have to be a high top.
You're out of luck right now. But high tops, they are available. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's a bunch of high tops sitting right in front of me here. Then there's a dining room over there. But the bar is packed right now. Got a bunch of TVs. I love the menu, man. I'm having trouble figuring out what I want to get off the menu. There's a lot of awesome bites on the menu. Great beer list here. They've got taps, cans, bottles, seltzers, coffee, desserts, all sorts of signature cocktails and mocktails and red wine and white wine and a full awesome menu. So give us a try here at 279 Social Kitchen and Craft Bar. Stop in, say hello, put your name in the box for the weekend tickets, and don't forget, go to 279social.com right now, and they're giving away a $100 gift card. All you got to do is go to the website, enter to win, and you have a shot to win that as well. All right, coming up, we saw the Four Nations last night, but can the other sports emulate it? That's coming up on the Sports Bash.
It's Philadelphia Flyers hockey tomorrow afternoon on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Listen as Tim Saunders and Todd Fedor bring you all the exciting play-by-play action.
Flyers get the extra attack around Konechny. He scores! Travis Konechny!
It's Flyers Oilers tomorrow afternoon. Coverage begins at 1 p.m. It's Flyers hockey all season long on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia Flyers hockey, 97.3 ESPN. You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
All right, 3:51, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. So last night was the Four Nations hockey tournament, which Canada beats USA 3-2 in overtime. And a lot of people buzzing about it. I can't sit here and deny the fact I'm not a big hockey guy. I enjoy the hockey playoffs. I'll watch the Flyers in the playoffs if they go make a run, but I just don't have time in my life to watch the Flyers every single night. Now,
you're not missing much. I mean,
no, I'm not.
Michkov, yeah, but
you watch it Saturday.
Is it
1 o'clock?
Yeah, no, I'm not going to be able to make that.
Flyers, Oilers. I mean, you got Connor McDavid. I don't know what the four. But see, I'm a realist though. Like, I don't want to throw water over the whole thing. But everybody told me that the World Baseball Classic was going to help elevate baseball. I'm a big baseball fan, so it's not me just hating hockey. The World Baseball Classic didn't do anything for baseball. It didn't I don't want to say it didn't do anything. It just was a non-factor. It didn't lessen the game. I just don't think it did anything to really.
Does it elevate U.S. hockey as a whole? Like, because the Olympics are coming up next year in Milan, I think, 2026. So, it's going to be Olympic hockey, international hockey.
Well, Olympic hockey does have buzz generally.
Does it elevate the U.S. game? Like,
I think, though, the big difference is the U.S. in hockey is very good, but they're not the best.
They're not, but they are pretty even with Canada. I mean, if those two teams played 100 times, you would probably get overtime 98 times.
Right, I mean, keep in mind, they played twice, they split. So realistically, you could say, hey, should have had his best 2 out of 3.
Right.
It was the third game.
We didn't even get that.
You didn't get that. It was just, it happened that you beat them in a game, then they went to the finals, and then they beat you in the game that mattered more. In basketball, we are considered the best. And that is where there's a big difference, I think. I think America, it's funny. America likes to be first. America likes to be America first. But they also like the underdog, which is an odd thing. Is they want to be best. They want to be the big bad guy. But at the same time, in our sports minds, we like to be the underdog. And I think that's what resonated last night with the hockey is Canada is deemed to be better than the United States is in hockey. And that
it's their game, right.
Right, exactly. And you're playing them with a chance to kind of beat them at their game. It's in the basketball world, we are considered the best by leaps and bounds in basketball, although that gap has closed tremendously. So I think it is a really interesting thing. Now, what I said earlier is I think that the NBA and Major League Baseball can have something similar, but do the All-Star game and have an All-Star week that culminates with some sort of best on, whether they call it the best against the best or best on best type of game on Sunday night. Best on best.
Because the NBA tries that with the skills competition and the slam dunk and the celebrity game.
Get rid of it all.
You want to just abolish all
of
that.
it.
No more Mac McClung.
Nope. And by the way, Mac McClung, I'm not even hating the guy. He was very entertaining, and I think his dunks were all awesome. He had dunks that we never saw before. He managed to come up with 3 dunks that no one's ever done before. So I'm not knocking him at all. It's just nobody cares.
Nope.
I mean, how embarrassing is it that the best dunker you can find is someone who's not good enough to play in your league? That's a problem, don't you think?
He's got more slam dunk titles than he does NBA
He's made
games
more
played.
money. He's made more money in the slam dunk competition than he has in the NBA. Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary. At Bet365, Mike Gill live at 279 Social Kitchen and Craft Bar in Galloway. Their grand opening today. We aren't even at 5 o'clock yet, and we're pretty much packed in this joint. Adam Kaplan from the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com, which you can get on all podcasting platforms. And check out their YouTube channel. Just search Inside the Birds. It's been a busy week for the Eagles. We'll wrap it all up with today's edition of Football at 4. Adam Kaplan, welcome back. And obviously, since we last spoke, the Eagles made it official. They have hired Kevin Patullo as the new play caller here. He will be the offensive coordinator. He replaces Kellen Moore as the play caller and it's pretty much the play designer. I'm sure Nick will have some input on that. My thought here, and I want to get your take on it as we start things off on this Friday, is Patullo was the pass game coordinator. So do the Eagles go back to more passing in 2025?
It's funny, and the reason why I want to talk about this today is we actually did not talk about that. This part of it. We've been talking about Kevin Patullo for 6 weeks. We've really not talked about the difference between Patullo and Moore, and as you just outlined it, I actually want to talk about this because it's what we're going to see this season, so we might as well start discussing it on your show. So what a passing game coordinator does, it's not his scheme, but he helps put together the passing game concepts each week. He talks to the coordinator, he talks to the quarterback, and they go through what they like, what they don't like. They have all the information they got from their pro advanced people of what the defense presents. They have the data from the analytics department, and they go from there. So Patullo now goes from that to now as the play caller and designer. So it's different. It's just much different. Now, the big part, the play designs are all done during the week. In fact, it really starts in OTAs, and they go through them big time in training camp, and they've got their playbook, so they know what they like, and they call it. They design plays. They go over plays during the week based on their opponent. Okay, so Patullo now will have to do that, and they've got Parks Frazier, who comes over from the Dolphins and then the Colts before that, a up-and-coming coach who we've got to know about through other coaches who've worked with him. Really sharp guy. Was probably, Mike, he was too young. He was 30 years old when he was the interim offensive coordinator for Jeff Saturday. He was actually 31. Well, he just wasn't ready for it, but he's a smart guy. He'll obviously assist Patullo. The two know each other. They work together with the Colts, with Sirianni. Nick knows Parks. That's why he hired him, one of the reasons why he hired him. But so comparatively now to Kellen Moore is a really managed to play caller, big with motion, right? Shifts, motions. Patullo, like the offense 2 years ago when Kevin was a part of it, where Brian Johnson called it, we didn't see a lot of that. So that's a difference. Now, what we're told is, what we've been putting out there for 6 weeks, is that we expect them to keep the Moore scheme. Patullo Mike will have his own version of it. He'll take what they think is great, and they'll take out what Jalen doesn't like. He'll have input, and they'll go from there. So there's going to be some differences. But you asked the question, to move this along here, about Saquon Barkley and how much they're going to run. The offense absolutely will start with Barkley. That will not change. And Hurts, don't forget, Jalen is a big part of the run game. That is certainly going to be in it. We have that answer as we saw it in training camp. We started seeing it a lot in training camp. And then in the regular season, they became a dominant run team. That's not going to change. Now, situationally, when they call it, how Kevin Patullo, who's never called plays before, that we don't know. Like, let's say their tendency on 3rd and 4 was to have certain kind of passing plays. We don't know what Patullo is going to call, Mike, because he's never done it before. We just don't have that answer yet.
Yeah, and I know there's been a lot of discussion. I want to get your take on this. We've talked a little bit about it, but now that they decide to stay in-house, they had the chance to get a veteran play caller in here. They decided to do this. They've done this before, and that did not work out well. They promoted Brian Johnson. Do we think that this is set up better than that was?
I do. I believe strongly they learned a lot. The problem from 2 years ago, Mike, was, and this was on Sirianni specifically, Brian Johnson was the play caller, but it was Nick's scheme. They did not adjust to the way that the opponent took away deep throws. Like, teams were saying, we're going to play 2 deep safeties. We're going to make you throw the ball shorter. And while people blamed Hurts, and I understand that, I start with Sirianni with that. That's his fault. It's his scheme. He didn't do a very good job. The offense collapsed, as the defense did, Mike, as we all know. And you had an offense that, as Nick called it, stale. And that's why we do not believe they're going to go back to that offense. There are certain things that, by the way, that they kept that Jalen liked last year, but it was a different offense. There's no question about it with Kellen Moore. I'm fascinated to see what it's. Look, we don't see the beauty of this is it's kind of cool. We've heard a lot of good things behind the scenes about Kevin Patullo, but we just don't know how he'll call this offense this season. So it's kind of fascinating.
Well, Adam, because we always just assume it's like, well, he worked for this guy or he worked with those guys, and we just assume that they're wired the same. No, you work with some guys who think something. He might say, man, if I had this offense, I know I can get the ball to A.J. Brown a little bit more than we did this year.
I don't see. Honestly,
I'm not suggesting that he's thinking that they don't think that they did, but we have no idea. He could be saying, I have Brown and Smith. I'm a pass game coordinator. I think I can get them the ball more.
All right, I'm going to say something off that point, because I actually have mentioned this before. Now, Kellen Moore and Jalen Hurts worked beautifully together late in the season. Boy, it really started in that Pittsburgh game, I think week 15. More often than not, it really seemed like they finally got on the same page consistently. It was really sporadic. Like the first Green Bay game in Brazil was terrific. Then it started to regress against Atlanta. Very inconsistent. We know Jalen had problems holding the ball too long and all that. We've outlined this numerous times. But fast forwarding to week 15, it was a beautiful thing. Jalen's best game by far in the last 2 years, even including the Super Bowl. Jalen was very good, but that Pittsburgh game, he was phenomenal. It's just a shame that Kellen had to move on, and Jalen has another play caller. But with Patullo, let's not forget, Mike, they've worked together 5 years. The two know each other very well. And he was a part of Kevin was also part of the 22. And we're told he was actually pretty involved in 22. So he's learned a lot, what worked and didn't work with Kellen. Kellen by heart is a passing game guy, not a run game guy. But when you see 26, Barkley get off to a start like that, and it's working, and then when the quarterback's struggling a little bit, stay with what works. That's good coaching. But to pick up late in the season where they were going, there's really no reason why, if you're this staff, right, this revamped offensive staff, particularly with Kevin Patullo, there's really no reason why they can't go forward and, as you suggested, you know what, throw a little bit more. Yes, it's going to start with Barkley. No one's suggesting it shouldn't. But maybe you pass it 2 or 3 more times. Maybe you're a little bit more aggressive. Nobody ran the ball more in the first half of games than the Eagles, which, by the way, the Eagles were never a first-half run team of games. They were always pass, because analytically you should come out passing more than running it, because teams that do that have a better chance of winning. But this is an anomaly. I'm not saying they can't do it, Mike, but things are going to change a little bit. Not a lot, though. I think on your question, it's a good one. I expect them to pass it a little bit more, but not a lot.
Okay, yeah. So before we get to a couple thoughts on the Combine next week, because the draft is going to be coming up on the horizon, I guess one question, if he's the passing game coordinator, has a background as a wide receivers coach as well, where does that leave the RPO for Jalen Hurts?
Oh, that'll be in there. I mean, that's been in here, sometimes sporadically, but it'll be in there. A lot of the same concepts are going to be in there. That's the thing. They've run them consistently. Usually consistently, but every once in a while they got away from it. But it'll still be in it. Again, Mike, we'll get to OTAs and we'll see. They'll have a couple practices before, although they're very light, before the draft, and really in May, where they open it up. So we look forward to seeing that. But again, Mike, every play caller has a different view of the scheme that they're running. They're never the same. It's a friend of mine who coached with Vic Fangio told me we never see it the way Vic does totally. We just don't. Doesn't mean that, and obviously Vic just won a Super Bowl. He's great. But he's also the originator of the Fangio scheme. But you never quite run it like the other guy did. And again, we remember Kellen Moore brought in a completely different scheme here than the Eagles have been running.
All right, Adam, I just mentioned the NFL Combine starts next week. Give us some early thoughts on the benefit of this and some of the pluses and minuses of the Combine. I heard Mel Kiper say last week, no quarterback should ever throw at the Combine again. So you're already seeing the view of this thing change.
Right, but if you're a guy, okay, let's say you're a guy like Jackson Dart, the quarterback from Mississippi, right, who's definitely going to be a top 40 pick. He's got a chance to go in the first round. You absolutely should throw here. And I'll be there for football at 4 on Tuesday and Friday. I'll be there. Actually, I get there Monday. You got to, look, you should throw there. If you need to throw now, if you're Cam Ward, do you need to throw there? No. He has a very good chance to be the first overall pick. You don't need to do that. But overall, it depends on the player. Now, what's very important, Mike, is there are two things. Medicals are extremely important. Every team shares medical information. They're all going to get it. They're all going to know. And unfortunately, and this happens every couple of years, a career could be ended by something that is found by the medical testing. Unfortunately, it's happened.
Yeah.
Rarely happens, but it does happen. But you get measurables. You're going to get heights and real weights, not what the school tells you. The schools overinflate height. There have been quarterbacks who the school listed at 6'3". The guy gets to the combine, he's 6 feet or 6 feet 1/2 inch. So you're going to get real measurables. And then the other thing, which is important, not quite as important, but it's important, you get to interview these players. Now, you only get 15 minutes of it for the informal interviews.
Right.
But you get to interview these guys, Mike, so that you get in front of them. It is important. But the workouts, Mike, are very overrated. You have to be very careful of not overrating these workouts. They are what they are. Remember now, after this, we've got the pro days, private workouts, and then you've got the top 30 visits. So there's a lot. This is just one small piece of the puzzle. Don't overrate it. Like, I'll give you an example. If you really follow the draft, Chad Jackson was a receiver out of the University of Florida. He ran an unbelievable time. He went from being a 4th-round pick to a 2nd-round pick because of his 40 time. That was a mistake. They didn't judge the football player. They judged the time the Patriots did. You've got to be very careful of these guys who run better than you expect. And by the way, these defensive line, like a defensive tackle that runs like a 4.8 40, that's great. But how the heck does that even apply to playing football? So you have to. Joe Banner told me that. Joe, the former president of the Eagles, Joe Banner, told me that he had specific guidelines for what's real and what's not. And remember, he's analytically based, but he said that a lot of that stuff is overrated for 40 times. He goes, it doesn't really transfer to football playing.
That was a John Ross, right? Wasn't he the guy of the Eagles receiver? Yeah, John Ross was like a 4.2 guy, wasn't he?
Well, he went 10th overall, and that was the 17 draft here. And it's a funny story. I ran into his agent. And I remember asking his agent, okay, where do you think he's going to go? He goes, you know what? I think he's got a chance to sneak in late in the first round. When I saw his agent, he couldn't believe it. Even he was surprised. You just don't know, Mike. You just don't know. He was a former Eagle and Chief and Bengal and Giant and some other teams. But the fact of the matter is you got to be careful. It's the tape first, and everything else falls into place.
Well, the Combine coming up, we'll get some details on that, and then we'll start to zone in a little bit on, Philadelphia. They could lose a D tackle. They could lose a guard. They could lose an edge rusher. They could lose a linebacker. Good draft for some of those positions. We'll get into that down the road on Football at 4 here with Adam Kaplan and the guys from the Inside the Birds podcast. Adam, as always, a pleasure, buddy.
Sounds good, thanks.
All right, happy hour Friday, everybody on the Sports Bash Live. Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. All right, Mike Gill on the Sports Bash Live. My on-site producer is Pete G. And Josh Ennings back there in the Ocean Casino Resort Studios. And Josh, we have a bunch of audio that we're going to hit on right now. Is a couple things. A.J. Brown on the podcast, which who is the podcast again? D-Light?
So Kicking It with D was the one pod. But
who is D? Is D a former player or just a podcaster?
So D
the former player was Brad Wing, the punter.
Yeah. D is a guy who's like a hip-hop guy called Destroyer.
Okay.
But
well, did he ask good questions?
Not for someone like you, Mike Gill. You wouldn't find half this podcast interesting.
Well, the A.J. Brown stuff was interesting, what he said about the Eagle fans and the parade.
Right.
And his mental health stuff. That was interesting, I think.
But the one audio we want to get to here is because we were talking about Kevin Patullo with Adam Kaplan. So A.J. Brown's making the media rounds, and last night he was on NFL Network's NFL Insiders, and they asked him specifically about Kevin Patullo, because when they actually interviewed him for the podcast that we're talking about, that was before Patullo was hired. So then A.J. Brown was on NFL Network last night and said this about the Eagles' new OC.
I truly feel like it's a great hire. He already has been involved in almost everything. Him, Kellen, and Nick basically called the plays already. So it's a great hire, and he's already familiar with us. We have a great relationship, and he knows what we need to work on because he's been there, and he's been there for a while. And like I said, he's already been a part of all the situations and the conversations and everything. So I think it's a great hire.
Well, two things. One, I don't expect him to come out and rip the hire.
Right, I got a question for you. Was he the right hire or the only hire? I mean, they were so late in the game. It's already February 21st. How many more guys are out? I mean, sure, you can interview some guys, but
it's a good question.
Kevin Patullo, Frank Reich. I mean, that's.
I think that's a really good question. Was he the best hire or the only option? Well, we mentioned a couple guys. I mean, Frank Reich. Would you have rather see? I think there's this. No. There's like this group of people that want that veteran guy who they know. Eagles fans love the guy who used to be here. Reich was on that team that won the Super Bowl. I mentioned Mike McCoy. He was a guy who was a head coach. The only reason I would say would a Frank Reich or like a Mike McCoy interest you more? Here's my reason. And see what you guys think. Is they would be less inclined, I think, to be an attractive head coach hire for somebody else. Frank Reich has been a head coach twice. I don't know that he gets a third chance. Mike McCoy's been a head coach, and that was an adjunct failure. Does anybody want to give him a second chance? My reasoning is at least you would have the same coordinator. If Kevin Patullo comes in here, correct me if I'm wrong, Josh. Patullo is I don't believe he's 45 years old.
He's 43.
Okay, so here's a young guy who, if he comes in and has a good year, what happens?
He'll be gone.
He'll be gone, and now we're having the same conversation again next year.
Because apparently everyone not named Brian Johnson, who's the offensive coordinator for the Eagles, gets a head coaching job.
Well, Johnson, the knock on him was he was like 26, right? He was like really young.
He also got fired.
And he got fired. He wasn't very good.
And by the way, they lost in the playoffs. I mean, and the offense scored 9 points in that playoff. It wasn't like they were like, hey, the defense gave up 48, but you scored 38. The defense was horrendous, but the offense was a problem last year as well.
They do need a pipeline of guys they can turn. They don't really have one, right? When they lose an OC, they don't have a pipeline that they can turn to and just promote a guy like you see in L.A. with the Rams.
Part of the problem is that Kellen Moore took some of your staff to the Saints, so some of your pipeline.
And Shane Steichen did the same thing.
And Shane Steichen, too. So you had two OCs over here that basically ripped out your pipeline.
Well, Patullo's been here. He's a part of your pipeline. He's been here. And the one thing I would say, why did he get passed over the last time when they had this opportunity? They hired Brian Johnson over him the last time they had a chance to do this. So that was one question that I've been asking. And, some people have suggested what.
Well, him and Sirianni are pretty good buddies. I know that. So is this Sirianni just pretty much getting his guy?
Well, I think Sirianni now has the clout to do it, right? He might have said last time, hey, I like Kevin Patullo. Well, Jalen Hurts is more partial to Brian Johnson.
Right.
We want to make Jalen happy, so let's do that.
So you're
now
saying
he has a Super Bowl.
He was overruled in the past with Brian Johnson, and now it's his guy.
Didn't we hear at that time, Football at 4, etc., that Nick kind of wanted Kevin Patullo and kind of got overruled?
Yes. Yeah. Because the whole thing was you had people like Sal Palantonio and others coming on here on the station, like Adam Kaplan and others. They all were saying Nick doesn't hire his coaches. That's above him. It's from Howie and Jeffrey Lurie. They make those decisions for him.
He gets that opportunity to do it now, right? You win the Super Bowl, he now says, hey, I got my guy. He's been here with me for 4 years. We listened to you on the last time this happened. Now I want my guy.
Or
is that
or
how we think it goes down?
Or was it, the Eagles said, hey, Patullo's now been here long enough for us to feel comfortable with it? Because you heard A.J. Brown say that Kevin Patullo was involved in play calling and game planning this year.
Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube. We are live today at 279 Social. By the way, it's packed in here, man. It has gotten packed in here. It's virtually, we told you before, the bar was full. Well, now all the tables are full, too. So I think they're having live music tonight at 7 o'clock. So there is an upstairs. It looks like there's an upstairs there, PG. I didn't realize there was an upstairs over top of us. So there is more room upstairs. But get out here, and you can enter to win a $100 gift card at their website, 279social.com. We have tickets to the weekend as well at Lincoln Financial Field this summer, so stop over. And a lot of people have been signing up for this these tickets for the weekend. But what I see right now is a bunch of people hanging out Friday, having a good time, and I like to see that.
Including our promotions team. They're doing a great job cleaning up over there with the
food?
Yeah, the food, the drinks.
Did you eat anything yet?
No, I did not.
Did you look at the menu?
I did.
You zoned in on something?
Not yet.
You know that chicken parm
smash
that you usually
burger.
get? Yeah. Intern Nick says you got to do the smash burger. He said smash burger. I don't know what anybody else got over there, but I'm like debating on a bunch of. They got a lot of things that Bada Bing is really pulling me in there, PG. The slow roasted pork, broccoli rabe, provolone on a nice seeded roll.
There's some Cosmos right there as well. Walking by.
Right, it starts to get interesting on a Friday. Here we go. No Nuggets today. Nick had something come up, so no Nuggets today. So we got Pete's Tenders.
That's right. Peachy Tendies.
Coming up next, here on the Sports Bash Live, plus Rye or Cy in the 5 o'clock hour, and Phillies tomorrow. Don't forget that. Sixers tomorrow. Flyers tomorrow. We got 3 of the 4 tomorrow, and it's all live on the Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN.
This is the home of the Super Bowl champion, Philadelphia Eagles.
What a game. What a season. What a team. The greatest Eagles team in modern history.
97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's Eagles station.
Lowe's knows how to help you get the most out of your store run. That's why members save more with MyLowe's Rewards. Earn points towards MyLowe's money on eligible purchases. Get access to member-only deals and free member gifts. Plus, unlock free standard shipping when you reach Silver Key status. So what are you waiting for? Join for free today. Lowe's. We help. You save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Progressive Insurance presents the Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN. NHL, the Flyers back from the midseason break Saturday. They'll take on the Edmonton Oilers. Philadelphia entered the break losing 5 of 6. The Oilers are led by Leon Draisaitl, who leads the NHL in goals scored with 40. The league's 4-nation faceoff finals wrapped up Thursday night in Boston. Canada defeating the United States 3-2 in overtime. Connor McDavid scoring the game winner. NBA, the Sixers hosting the Brooklyn Nets on Saturday, looking to snap a 6-game losing skid. Philadelphia fell to Boston Thursday night, 124-104. Paul George with 17 points. Tyrese Maxey at 16 in the loss. Major League Baseball, the Phillies continuing workouts in spring training in Clearwater. They will open up their Grapefruit League schedule on Saturday, taking on the Detroit Tigers. Philadelphia coming off a 95-win season, capturing the NL East. Progressive Insurance, bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's your Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
From the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. Let's talk about what's not in this forecast. Extreme cold, ferocious winds, snow, and even rain. Our next storm system doesn't come along until the middle of next week as we enjoy a few days of sunshine and warming temperatures. Now, tonight will be cold. The wind calms down eventually. It'll be clear with a low at 21. Sunshine with late-day clouds tomorrow, high 41. Sunny clouds on Sunday, high 46. 51 Monday. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Never thought this radio stunt would catch on so big.
On 97.3 ESPN.
Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. No Nuggets today. We got Pete's Tenders instead of Nick's Nuggets here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. You got a lot to live up to here.
I got a little 4-pack of Nuggets here.
The 4-pack of Nuggets. Okay, that's
4-pack of tendies.
4-pack of tendies. I like it. Nick's Nuggets are brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Don't forget, Nick's Nuggets every day at this time. But today we got Pete's Tenders, a 4-pack of tenders from Pete G.
All right, so we'll do a little Phillies here. Now, I want to kind of look into the future of the crystal ball here. JT Realmuto, Kyle Schwarber, or Ranger Suarez to contract extensions. Now, we don't know what they would look like, but it's highly unlikely that they could keep all three of those guys. So who are you kind of ranking here, 1 through 3, JT, Kyle, and Ranger here to contract extensions?
That's a good question. So, I mean, obviously it's going to have some factor on how they do this year.
Right.
The one issue that I have with JT is they don't really have a obvious candidate to replace him.
You're not going to play Stubby every day?
I don't think Stubbs – well, you heard
No.
Zalecki earlier. He thinks Marchand will be the catcher, the backup.
Right, and you can't play him every day.
Really
The
quick.
problem with Marchand has been he has not been able to stay healthy.
Right.
Well, I was just saying really quick. So remember, Marchand, he's out of options. Stubbs has about 2 or 3 options, minor league options left. So they either have to put Marchand on the roster or he could get picked up by another team.
Yeah. So, I think Marchand will start the season here. Now, if JT doesn't have a great year and Marchand produces, that factors into whether or not you want to bring JT back. I would be less inclined.
The JT is 33, so he is in decline.
Mm-hmm.
No question.
Ranger, another guy. Big season for him. They went out and made the trade to get Luzardo. Where does that slot him into the rotation? When Andrew Painter's ready to go, what happens there? I would imagine that Ranger will be their trade asset at the deadline. He will be the guy that is a free agent, and if somebody wants pitching,
a rental,
you call the Phillies for the rental.
Right.
It's a rare situation where you have a World Series contending team selling a pitcher possibly at the deadline. Now, if there's injuries.
Like Luzardo, he had a 5 ERA last year, and he was coming off an injury, but 2 years ago he was pretty good.
Well, Luzardo, right, he could end up being, a guy who is one of your best three starters. I mean, I don't know what Christopher Sanchez is going to do for an encore. I happen to think he's going to be pretty good, but you might have a situation where you have Painter, you have Luzardo, you have Sanchez, you have Nola, you have Wheeler. Who am I missing? Wheeler, Nola, Sanchez,
Ranger,
Luzardo, and Painter. That's 6.
Andrew Painter.
Right. You could have all 6 of those guys healthy at the one time. The trade deadline comes up, and then all of a sudden teams are saying, hey, is Ranger available? He's a free agent. Are you going to sign him? So I think that factors into your question. And then you have Schwarber. Remember, Schwarber's going to be hitting in a new spot in the lineup now. He's going to be most likely hitting in the 4 spot. What does that mean for him? How does he, I don't want to say accept that role. I think he will accept that role, but how will he perform in that role? When you look at this lineup, he will now move into a more RBI situation. He could have 150 RBI possibly hitting in the 4 hole. And if that happens, what kind of money is he going to be looking for? Hey, I just hit in the 4 hole and had 150 ribbies for you. Now you got to pay me a lot of money. And the Phillies, so all 3 of them present big-time questions that need to be answered because I think all 3 of them are going to be in different roles than they've been in since they've gotten here. I mean, Schwarber's been the leadoff hitter since he's gotten here for the most part. Now he's moving to number 4. Ranger has been a bullpen guy, then a starting guy, and now he is he's going to be in the starting rotation, but he had an up-and-down year last year. He had a Cy Young first half and a Cy Young second half. And then JT, I think JT's been in decline, at least with the bat, the last couple of seasons. The injuries last year, he's still a very good defensive catcher, though. He can still throw. So all 3 of those guys present a tough answer to your question, which was a very good question to start the Nuggets.
Very good Tendy to start the okay.
Good Tendy. Little honey mustard. I'm a hot
barbecue?
Spicy spicy mustard.
All right. Number 2, I want to group these guys into different categories, I guess you could say. Top of the order and bottom of the order, since there's so many lineup questions here. But in the case of Turner, Harper, and Schwarber versus Castellanos, Bohm, and Bryson Stott, which group is more important to the Phillies' success this season?
All right, give me those groups again.
Schwarber, Turner, and Harper versus Bohm, Casti, and Bryson Stott. And we'll kind of leave Johan Rojas to the side.
The obvious answer is the same reason they keep losing, because their best players aren't there when they need them the most. Turner, Schwarber, Harper will always be the most important. They're the highest paid guys on the team. But at some point, they do need to get more the young guys to start. Now, Bohm had a very good year last year for most of the season, and then he kind of tailed off. Stott was not very good last year. He was good the year before and an important figure in their playoffs. He hit the grand slam in the game winning clincher against the Marlins. But no, you got to have those guys. Every year we keep saying, why did they lose? Because Castellanos went ice cold. Schwarber went ice cold. Harper went ice cold. But those guys are also the guys getting you to certain points. The problem is they're getting you to certain points, and then they're getting cold, and then no one else is stepping up. But to win it all, it's got to be Turner, Harper, Schwarber, and I throw Castellanos into that as well because he makes – He's a $100 million player, Castellanos. He's not like some young guy that's getting, Bohm, Stott, they're the younger players. Okay. You want to throw someone else in with them, you could probably say Marsh,
Johan, you can.
The Johan Rojas contingent in center field.
And Kepler, yeah, we'll see what he brings.
Kepler is a veteran guy who's been around for a while. His problem has been injuries. He's just constantly been hurt.
All right, number 3, sticking with Clearwater, what should be the message, or is the message down there in Clearwater for spring training the next 4.5 weeks? What should be the message down there for this team?
The message for this team,
last year was pretty much World Series, right? Win the division, 95 wins, World Series. Should it change this season because they're running it back?
I would say the message is, guys, it's now or never, right? It's now or never with you guys.
It's your turn.
If you like this group of guys, if you like playing together, if you like this clubhouse, it's now or never. Like, if you want to look at each other at the end of your careers and said, man, that 2025 team, we won a World Series, we had a blast, this was the best clubhouse I've ever been in, this is the group right now. It's now or never. Because guess what? You just mentioned 3 guys. JT could be gone. Schwarber could be gone. Ranger could be gone. Stubbs, the head vibes guy, there's a good chance he's not here. And then what? You are starting to look at a new crop of guys. This is it for this crew because Aiden Miller, he's coming up. Justin Crawford, he's coming up.
Right.
Andrew Painter, he's coming
up.
Is
it now or never for Trey Turner? You just mentioned Aiden Miller. We'll probably see him in the summertime. Right?
I'm not going to say it's now or never for Trey Turner because why?
$300 million, why?
Not only that, $300 million, why? He also has 10 more years left, or 9 more. What is it, 9 or 10 more years left on the deal?
Okay, is it now or never for him at shortstop? Could we see Aiden Miller?
Oh, that's a possibility, yeah. You could possibly see him get, moved from the shortstop position. But I don't think you're going to see
Does this team need an influx of youth prospects-wise? Because we
Turner
haven't seen that.
I'll say Turner has 8 more years after this season.
8 more years after this
right.
season.
I mean, when was the last time we had a hot prospect come up in June or July and take off and kind of add to the nucleus of this Phillies team into the playoffs? We haven't had that.
That's a good question.
Kevin Stocker, 93.
Yeah, Kevin Stocker, 93. When was the last? Dominic Brown at one point, but, he didn't perform. I remember that day. I was doing a live broadcast on the boardwalk in Ocean City outside the water park, and they called Dom Brown up that day. But you're right. That's a good question. When was the last time the Phillies called somebody up?
When they were already good. Like Hoskins, he was a hot prospect, right, at one point?
He was,
but they weren't very good.
They were terrible at that time.
Right. So this is a team where they can win 95 games again, and they have a hot prospect come up and really help them out.
Yeah. No, that's listen, Trey Turner's going to be interesting because Aiden Miller, obviously, and where does Aiden Miller play? Is he? I mean, obviously he's a shortstop. That's the position. But a lot of people have suggested maybe he moves to third base. The one thing is, the one young player you do have is Alec Bohm. Now, is Alec Bohm, in their mind, a long-term guy that they want to lock up, give a contract, and say, we are building this team moving forward with Alec Bohm? Or does Aiden Miller eventually become the third baseman and he plays next to Trey Turner? Or does Trey Turner struggle again at shortstop this year to where they say, nope, Aiden Miller is the shortstop of the future, and we have to find out what to do next with Trey Turner? Is Trey Turner going to acquiesce and say, yeah, throw me in the outfield?
I think if Trey Turner keeps making errors and costing you ball games, especially in the playoffs, because he did that last season, I think he's got no choice.
There's no question that defensively he's been a disappointment.
But is that a guarantee he's going to be any better at another position?
He might not be better at another position, but that position's not as important as shortstop is. That's the big difference.
So
shortstop is one of the most important positions on the entire field.
So then you're saying put him in left field?
I would think he has played the outfield before.
He has,
It's not
yes.
like he has not played the outfield. He did play center field. He played center field too, by the way. It wasn't like they stuck him in right and said, "Hey, go out there and just don't get in the way." He played center field early on in his career for Washington.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up right now.
And this whole lineup change thing for you, is this just to make a change because they didn't make any changes to the lineup in free agency or by trade in the offseason? Is this just to do something, just to mix it up somehow? Is this desperate for you?
I don't want to say it's desperate, but you're right. I think it's a change to change because what they've been doing hasn't been working. So I don't have a problem with the change. The change is, listen.
The change is to get Trey Turner going, or is it to get the top of the order going for Hart to get on base for Harper? Or maybe behind Harper, which is a problem?
That's a good question. I think the change is to maximize.
Because Schwarber didn't have a problem getting on base.
No.
With the walks and obviously the power.
He was constantly, well, one of the reasons he hits leadoff, to much people's dismay, is because he got on base a lot. But, you know, people want this Ricky Henderson type of leadoff hitter that got on base, stole bases, and that's not Schwarber.
Trey Turner,
Trey Turner, basically, yes. Now, Trey Turner did say that there's a reason why he doesn't steal more bases, and I can understand his reasoning. It makes sense. If you're a baseball guy, his reasoning resonates. Here's what Trey Turner said as to why he doesn't steal more bases.
I mean, I've said that a lot in my career in general. I could have run a lot more throughout my entire career, but it's more about scoring runs. I don't really care about stealing the bases. It's more about scoring the runs. So, yeah, you know, I think at times in the last few years, and even when I played in Washington, LA, there was times where I could steal a base, but I got to stay there to let those guys hit, and that's part of the game. And definitely could steal more. I'm not going to act like I could steal 70, 80 bases or anything like that, but there's a handful of times where the opportunity's there, and for a stolen base specifically, but that's not always the the right play.
All right, so he wasn't very specific, but I will try to explain what he's talking about for people out there, in my opinion. Trey Turner's on first base. Who's up after him?
Harper.
Bryce Harper hits left-handed. If Turner's on first base, the first baseman then has to hold Turner on the base, which then creates a big hole on the left side, on the right side. If you are Bryce Harper, you would rather hit with the big hole on the right side. If Turner steals second base, now that hole is not there because the first baseman goes back to his normal defensive position. So a lot of times when there's a left-handed hitter at the plate, teams will not steal with that guy because they want to open up the whole right side of the infield. And then the thought is you hit a ball to right field, the guy's going to go from first to third.
With speed,
and now you have first and third with however many out. So that is kind of the inference there, I think, anyway.
The
from
problem
Trey
with Turner, though, is he doesn't get on first base. He swings and misses all the time, and he gets himself out.
I got to say, this Trey Turner signing has been somewhat disappointing. I mean, why he had that run after the whole cheering thing, and he's been good, but I've maintained since they signed him, he is not a $300 million player. And they pay him $300 million. You're not getting $300 million return on investment here. So therefore, yeah, I think it has been a little bit disappointing, and you're hoping that maybe putting him in the leadoff hole, you get a little bit more out of him. Maybe you get a little bit more out of Harper. And then in turn, you get more out of Schwarber as an RBI guy. Now he has two guys on in front of him, maybe even with Bohm. Now, keep in mind, people forget Alec Bohm was on pace to go over 100 RBI last year. He ended up getting hurt. I think he ended up with, 95? Was that what he ended up with? So you get Alec Bohm with 95 ribbies last year, and he missed about a month of baseball. So he'd be about 105 RBI kind of guy. Keep that in mind. You hit him in the 3-hole. He's a guy that can drive in 100. Now you have Schwarber hitting there, too. He had 97 RBI last year. And then you have Schwarber, too. I mean, Schwarber might be in position here to knock in a bunch of runs. And that was the whole conversation is should you put him in a bigger RBI spot. Now you have 2 on and 1 out. And here comes Schwarber. He hits a 3-run homer instead of a solo shot. That's always been the the argument for the people who want to get Schwarber out of the leadoff spot.
Now, are you surprised that Bohm is still on this team?
No, I'm not.
Even after all the rumors and during the offseason?
Well, I mean, it's not yes and no. No, because I think the Phillies were asking a lot. I mean, they said we have an all-star, we have the starting third baseman of the All-Star game. So if we're going to trade him, you got to give us something pretty good for him. And teams are saying we're not looking at him like he's the starting third baseman of the National League All-Star game. We're looking at him as the guy who struggled a lot in September and October. I think they were getting offers that suggested he was the guy from September and October, and the Phillies were asking for April through August.
Which brings up the question of, is September and October more important to this team than it is May, June, July?
But better be.
Yes. Are these guys getting burnt out in the case of Ranger Suarez? Or are they,
I want you to think about that, and everybody else think about that. When I do the lineup one day, and that lineup I say, so-and-so is in, and you're saying, why is so-and-so not in the lineup today? I can't stand Rob Thompson with these lineups. Well, you can't have it both ways. You can't play the guy every day. So
load management, Sixers style, a couple years ago.
If a guy struggles against a left-handed pitcher, that's the day that the manager's going to say, listen, I'm going to give him a day off today. Why? Well, because he's not as good against lefties, so today's the day that he sits. And the Phillies sadly have too many guys, Brandon Marsh, Bryson Stott, who are not as good against lefties than they are against righties. So those are the days where Thompson tries to find days off for them. The problem is he needs to try to find days off for
Castellanos, Harper.
JT Realmuto. Castellanos last year, the whole ridiculousness of him playing 162 games. There's
no reason for
I
him
don't know I don't know anybody who's impressed by the fact that he played the whole season last year. Do you?
And he was terrible for the first half of the season.
Awful. And you kept saying, why are they not sitting this guy out? Why is he getting to play every single day? But he played all 162. I don't care if he plays 162 or not. So I thought they played him too much last year early. They could have sat him down. Now, he did pick it up in the second half of the year. Kudos to him. Realmuto, I think they play him too much. They need to find more days off for him. I think they got to find more days off. Certainly, you got to try to find a way to get JT off his feet. But you also might have to think about Bryce Harper. He's a guy that's been hurt a lot.
Or maybe DHing him.
Well,
more.
that's been one of the things they're talking about. And I don't understand this. They're talking about DHing Harper. That means Schwarber now has to play left field. Or they've been talking about him playing some first base. But how about a way to get JT out from catching and let him play first base?
That's a possibility.
And it's not like he was bad either at first base defensively. He actually did a solid job.
Yeah, just play him at first. Schwarber can play left field. It's not like he's a complete boob out there.
I mean, is there maybe a slight worry in the back of their mind because he got injured in left field last year?
I guess, but come on. I mean, you can get hurt playing first. You can get hurt playing left. By the way, the ratings are in for last night's game. What's your guess?
5 million.
Yeah, I would probably go 3 million.
They got 4.4 the other night.
Oh, okay. Then, yeah, probably.
That's an awful guess.
I didn't know the 4.4 part.
Well, I said it earlier.
Yeah, I would go 6 then.
You go 6 million.
Yep.
Josh, you said what?
I went 5.
Okay, you're both way off.
All right, we're both dumb. What is it?
Way off. 9.3
Let's go.
million viewers for the
Wow.
Four Nations last night. It is the most watched NHL game in 30 years. Now, I think that's kind of tough to call it an NHL game.
It's an exhibition game.
It's a fake round robin tournament.
They keep using the term non-Stanley Cup playoff game. That's kind of like the go-to line they use to quantify this.
There you go. 9.3 million watched that game last night.
Did you watch at least 9 minutes of the game last night, Mike?
Oh, I watched the whole. I watched I think I saw the last 3 minutes of the first period, and I watched the entire second and the entire third.
Okay.
When it went to overtime is when
That's more hockey than you've watched probably in the last.
I have watched a little bit of the Flyers this year. I have watched some Flyers this year. You know, Michkov, and they were playing pretty well. They had a little thing going there, but
well, Torts was on the bench last night in a suit and tie.
I saw that.
I heard.
I heard them say his name at one point.
Yeah, he's one of the
and I
assistant
looked
coaches.
Up. Yeah, and Rick Tockett's one of the assistant coaches
for Canada,
for the Canadian team there.
Because Torts usually rocks that quarter zip every game, and I guess he was forced to wear it, clean up a little bit.
This is a bigger deal than a Flyers Columbus Blue Jackets game.
Blue Jackets game.
What else you got?
All right, final 10D here. This happened to me the other day, and I want your thoughts on it. Going to the supermarket, looking for a parking space. I see one out of the corner of my eye.
Yep.
I go right to pull into it, and lo and behold, I'm blocked by an abandoned shopping cart.
All right.
Now, are you or is a human a terrible human if they do not return their shopping cart to its rightful home?
Yeah, I have two questions on this. One, your question's fair. An awful human to leave it there. Absolutely.
Yes.
I
Good.
Return the cart every single time.
As you should.
Two, did you get out of the car and move it and park there?
Nope.
Was it the better spot?
Oh yeah, it was very close.
And yet you still decided to not get out of the car.
Yep.
Yeah, I got a problem with
Had
that.
to circle around and park further away.
So you just pull in to as far as you can go.
Get out of my car.
And then you push it.
Yeah.
And then you move in the rest of the way. Yeah, you're a terrible human if you leave the cart there.
Good.
Although, there's certain places that the parking lots, and I think you know where I'm referring to some of these places, it's like a war zone out there. I mean, I don't even want to walk through the parking lot. Like, they got to clean up the parking lots. You feel unsafe sometimes. To return the buggy, as you would call it in West Virginia, back to its rightful home. Some of those places, you're fearful, man.
Saturday morning in the locker room with Billy Schwein. Producer Nick Earnshaw joins me in the studio. We'll talk Flyers hockey with 97.3 ESPN.com's Kevin Durso. Plus, we will give away Flyers merch, courtesy of Fan Treasures. Tune in to win. Mr. Negadelphia PJ Korda checks in, brought to you by the Galloway Pool Service. Then Saturday marks the 45th anniversary of the 1980 Olympic ice hockey team defeat of the Russians. We'll talk with former defenseman Ken Morrow. It's the locker room with Billy Schwein, Saturday morning from 10 a.m. to noon on 97.3 ESPN.
You don't need a President's or Valentine's sale. Get to Matt Blatt Kia and save every day. With over 1,100 new Kias in stock or en route, all with zero down, zero payments until May. Even low 1.9% financing for 60 months on 25 Kia Sorento and Sportage SUV. So bring any trade, even if you're buried in a loan or lease. Matt Blatt Kia wants to get you released and into your new Matt Blatt Kia, like the all-new 25 K4. Just $129 per month lease with zero security deposit and only $36.95 due. Matt Blatt Kia, your PA and New Jersey Kia superstores in Abington, Egg Harbor Township, and Toms River, or right to your front door.
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
With approved credit, $13.89 per thousand finance. Not all will qualify. Credit may affect down payment. Offers can't be combined. Go to mattblattkianj.com for complete details or 888-505-6670. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes through KMF. Rebates and incentives to deal. Expires 3/4/25. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, and on Route 37 in Toms River.
Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
Sherry, what have you done to your hair? What do you mean? Does it not look good? It doesn't look good. It looks freaking amazing. I can't believe how thick and healthy it looks. Oh, I must know your secret. No secret. It's hair volume from New Nordic. Hair volume, huh? Well, it certainly lives up to its name. Your hair has never looked so thick. It is gorgeous. I was so tired of having thin and brittle hair. Ugh, and the shedding. So I figured I'd give hair volume a try. Needless to say, I'm thrilled with the results. Hey, where are are you going? I'm going to pick up some hair volume right now. My reunion's next month, and I want my hair to look as good as yours.
Hair Volume is the best-selling hair tablet in the world and one of many award-winning natural health products from New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Scandinavia. Purchase at newnordicusa.com or your local CVS. Available as a tablet or delicious gummy. Help your hair look full, voluminous, and beautiful again at newnordicusa.com or CVS.
Hey, nice job, Pete. I like those clean lines. Fellas, do we have anyone that can get to Greenport today?
At Corey's Landscaping, the staffing plan is in the weeds.
Anthony, we need that leaf blower over here. 3 more new customer requests just came in. Who wants to work some overtime?
He needs to dig up quality landscapers and fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance.
For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-478-6688. That's 1-800-478-6688. Or go to SelectQuote.com. 1-800-478-6688. That's 1-800-478-6688.
SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at selectquote.com/commercials.
Tune in to the Bet365 Play of the Day during the Sports Bash with me, Mike Gill, every weekday afternoon at 5:45 on 97.3 ESPN. Made possible by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
O'Reilly. Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free and provides a report with solutions based on over 650 million vehicle scans verified by ASE-certified master technicians. And if you need help, we can recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It happens more than you think. A customer wants, needs the goods and services your business offers. No matter how hard they try, they can't find you, but they find your competitor right there at the top of the results page.
And even if they do find your website, when they click, it's like a ghost town.
Hello?
Outdated, not compelling, and perhaps worse, it has information that's not accurate.
Y2K?
But how do you fix that? At Town Square Interactive, we have the tools to help you maximize your online presence. Just go to mylocalcustomers.com and start by getting a free local customer analysis.
This online tool will show you just how many customers in your area you could be reaching. To get in front of those customers, we will build a premium website for your business.
One that shows up well in web searches and converts website clicks into phone calls, appointments, and foot traffic.
It's simple, it's fast, and it's affordable. Go to mylocalcustomers.com and get started by getting your free local customer analysis today.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, 1 million
South Jersey's official play-by-play home of the Eagles, Sixers, and Flyers.
At 0 point would I ever consider not being a fan of the team.
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Now live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort Studio, here's Mike Gill.
All right, it's the final hour of this Happy Hour Friday, everybody. We are live at 279 Social Kitchen and Craft Bar. Don't forget to go to 279social.com to win a $100 gift card to hang out here. They got a great menu. They got a great crowd. It's a great spot, by the way. Brand new, grand opening. Goodman Fisk is playing tonight, by the way. If you ever seen Goodman Fisk, great time, good, fun band. They're going to be here tonight. I think he's at 8 o'clock is when the band starts. 8 until, I want to say 11. 8 to 11, the band tonight. Great crowd on hand here today. It's been pretty busy all throughout the day. Sports Bash 5 o'clock hour. And, of course, it is a Happy Hour Friday. No nuggets today. We had Pete's tenders today. Those were good tenders there, Pete. Little honey mustard sauce. And in the 5 o'clock hour on the Friday, Ryan Rothstein's back with some more Rye or Cy as we get you ready for the weekend here. There's a lot going on. We had the Four Nations. 9 million people, 9.3 million was the rating for that last night. So that is pretty cool. We got the Phillies starting tomorrow. We have the Sixers back in action tomorrow. I think everybody has just dropped on them. Flyers back in action tomorrow. So what is a part of today's Rye or Cy?
Yeah, what's up, PG? MG. First of all, do we need to change the name of this to a food, like a food or a chicken tender specific? We got tenders, we got nugs. I don't know.
Well, he was pinch hitting for the Nuggets today, so he was trying to stay in the Nugget family.
That checks out.
Tendies. So he goes tendies, right?
Yeah. All right, fair enough. I'm just making sure. Rye's wings, but all right, Rye. Rye or Cy, let's do it. And I want to start with the Phils. As you mentioned just a minute ago, starting tomorrow. This leadoff stuff, boys. I'm furious about it. I've thought about it, and I've decided to be furious about it. Why are we changing anything? Why are we changing anything? And I had this same point about the offseason and how they need to make all these changes. Right? This is a team that won 95 games, won the division. And this is a team offensively top 5, average, OBP, slugging, OPS, hits, home runs, RBIs. They go as Schwarber goes as well at the top of the order. I think we're catering too much to Trey Turner because he's been a massive disappointment. And I think if and when they decide to go with Turner at the leadoff spot, it's going to be a massive failure. Your thoughts?
All right, well, one, they're going to start with Turner in the leadoff spot, I would imagine, tomorrow, if he plays tomorrow, but opening day. So Trey Turner in his career has hit leadoff 2,243 times. It is the most he has ever hit in any spot in the lineup.
Yeah.
You spend $300 million on a guy. Don't you want him to hit in the spot that he feels the best in? His leadoff numbers, 302 with a 350 on-base percentage. Those are the best numbers he has in any spot in the order. Is it crazy to suggest that you might get more from him and potentially more out of Schwarber? Now, I'm not one of these guys that thinks Schwarber should not have hit leadoff. I have no problem with him hitting leadoff. However, this team has come up short 3 seasons in a row. So I don't think it's crazy to say to start the season off, let's try a little something different, knowing like they did a couple of years ago when they went back to Schwarber. Remember, in 2022 or
2023, they moved Schwarber out of the leadoff briefly.
And then in June, they moved him back. So what's to say they can't say in June, let's just move Schwarber back, but let's see if we can get more from Turner. You just said it, Ryan. He's been a massive disappointment. So let's try to get more out of him in the spot that he's been his best.
Are you okay with moving Harper to 2?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with hitting Harper too. Yeah, that just, you know what that does? It gets Harper more at bats. The 2-hole hitter hits more than the 3-hole hitter.
You know, I just feel like, MG, you make a lot of good points, but, you know, they come up short 3 years in a row, as you mentioned. But I would ask you, and I would ask you as a coach, okay, well, why did they come up short, right? And why are we making these changes? Is it for the betterment of the team, or is it trying to please Trey Turner?
No. I don't think Trey Turner asked for this, to be honest. I don't think Turner said, let me go to the leadoff spot. I think they said, for the betterment of the team, and that's why Harper said, I don't really want to hit 2, but I'll move to 2 for the betterment of the team. I don't think Schwarber said, I want to move out of the leadoff spot, but I'm willing to go there if they think the team is going to be better because of it.
Whereas Harper, they asked Harper if he would lead off, and he
said no, he does not want to hit leadoff.
And I'm glad he said no, because I don't think he should hit leadoff.
It depends. Like there's a lot of people in the analytics world that will say your best hitter hits leadoff. Why? Because that guy gets more at bats. So why wouldn't you want Harper if he gets an extra 100 at bats a season because the number 1 spot in the order comes up faster than the number 3 spot in the order?
You do have Johan Rojas batting in front of him most of the time, right? I mean that would be a problem. That would be a problem.
Well, I don't know how much Rojas is going to play, but yes, you're going to have obviously the 9-hole hitter is the guy in front of you. But it's one of the reasons why so many people wanted to get Schwarber out of that spot is because Schwarber kept hitting with the bottom of the order in front of him, and they were saying, well, he's hitting all these solo home runs. Why not have him hit in the order when he has guys on base? So now when he hits 35, 40 home runs, he's got people on base in front of him.
I just want to add this, and we've already spent a little bit longer on this topic, but Schwarber, he excels in the leadoff spot, and pitchers have a mentality and a strategy on how to attack a lineup. And when you have a guy like Schwarber at the top of it, and Gill, you know this better than I do, that dictates how these guys approach pitching to a team and pitching through a batting lineup. And I don't know, it's a wait and see thing, but I think it's just a conversation we love to have here in Philly.
And it's fair, but I would say this. We're acting like Trey Turner's a boob. Trey Turner is 300, 351 on base percentage, 69 home runs, 156 stolen bases. This guy was the best leadoff hitter in baseball. That's how he got a $300 million contract, and then the Phillies moved him to the 2-hole. Not because they didn't have another option, but now it's a possibility to say, we do have another option. Let's try to move him to the leadoff spot and see if that can maximize both him and get more run production from Schwarber.
Well, will the approach change? Will they stop chasing? Will the chase rate still be the same? I mean, the lineup is what it is, but the approach has to change,
Well,
too.
there was already somebody wrote an article about this that Kevin Long already had to have a lot of tough conversations with these guys. He wants them to use all fields. He wants them the chase rate to go down. But these hitters have to be willing to want to make some adjustments to what got them here. Okay, now that you're here, people are figuring you out at times. You got to be able to expand on what you do.
Especially in a playoff series where it's one thing to do it 162, whatever, bad pitching, bad teams, but you get exposed in the playoffs.
Absolutely. You're facing the best pitcher every single night. You're facing a top-level pitcher. So you're not getting to face the Pittsburgh Pirates number 5 starter or the Cincinnati Reds number 5 starter. Those guys are not in the playoffs. So, yeah, the Phillies have had problems. I'm not saying that I've never been the guy that says, you got to get Schwarber out of the lineup. I want a guy who's a leadoff. No, I have no problem with Schwarber hitting the leadoff. But I also said if you're going to bring the same core group of guys back, you can't keep doing it the same way. It hasn't been good enough. You've got to do something different.
All right, let's continue with Ryer Sai. A little bit of an extended edition today, boys, with no nugs. We had tenders earlier with PG. But let's look at pitching. Right, we talk a lot about hitting. Mike Gill, you mentioned, you bring back the core group of guys. You keep it the same. Okay, fine. You need to change things up. You can't continue to do it how you've been doing it. All well and good. I agree with all of it. How do we feel about the pitching? How do we feel about the bullpen, right? Because I look at that as the most important thing, as the X factor to this Phillies team getting a ring.
Well, I think their pitching is maybe top 2 or 3 in all of baseball. Their starting staff. Now, the one question I would have is, at what point does Zach Wheeler, I don't want to say get old, but does his decline begin? Roy Halladay was Roy Halladay until he wasn't. I mean, one year he was Roy Halladay, and the next he wasn't. So it happens fast for some of these guys. Now, some of these pitchers, they're pitching 38, 39, 40. Now, some of those guys at 40, they're not the same guys they were at 36, 37. Got a guy like Clayton Kershaw, Justin Verlander, Max Scherzer. They're still effective guys, but in shorter bursts. Now, some of them, though, are so hurt they can't, like Scherzer can't, So when is Wheeler going to go through that? When is Wheeler going to be the guy that turns into Scherzer or turns into Verlander or turns into Kershaw? Great pitcher, but it all caught up to me. I think that's a question with him. But if it doesn't catch up to him, with him and Nola, and, of course, Nola, I call him the Nola coaster because he's up, he's down, he's all around, and people most people are like waiting for the shoe to drop with Nola. Yeah. But he has been a very consistent part of this staff. And then you have the other guys. Christopher Sanchez came out of nowhere last year to be one of your best starters. Ranger Suarez was a Cy Young candidate in the first half. He was get rid of in the second half. Now you bring in Jesus Luzardo, who last year he was hurt. The year before he was very good. Then there's Andrew Painter waiting in the wings. So they have 6 guys who are really good, you hope. That could be your difference maker. Todd Zalecki said earlier, we had him on the show, he said, look, there wasn't a move to improve the offense, so they just said you can't get hurt by adding more pitching. So that's what they did.
I think it'd be foolish of us to assume or expect Wheeler to be the same Wheeler of the last 2 years because he's been out of his shoes better than expected. To your point, just to add to your point, Mike Gill, I don't expect him to be how he's been. I don't.
Hey, listen, I wouldn't be surprised if one of these years, Wheeler, first off, keep this in mind. When you signed Zach Wheeler, did anybody think you were getting a perennial Cy Young Award winner?
No.
And he has exceeded all expectations from when you signed this guy. So, yes, to say if he takes a step back. Last year he was 16-7 with a 2.57 ERA and a 0.955 WHIP. If he takes a step back from that, I don't think anybody should be surprised. I mean, that's the best season he's ever had in his life. Now, he's only 34 years old. It's not like he's some old guy, but is it at 35 that he starts to take a step back? Is it at 30? One of these years, you might expect that he's going to start going the opposite direction as opposed to getting better.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, 34 is no young dude anymore. So
he's going to be 35. He will be 35 in the end of May. So basically, right around May 30th is his birthday. He will be 35 years old.
All right, so there you go. This is his 35-year-old season. We'll see how that goes. Certainly.
Now, on your bullpen question, I'm a big Kerkering guy.
Oh, Kerkering.
Big Kerkering guy.
I was going to say Romano.
But I don't see a world where this bullpen's better than the bullpen last year, and that bullpen last year blew up in your face in the playoffs. I get it, but you're telling me Jordan Romano as the back-end guy with Kerkering, Alvarado, Strom, I got questions about the back end of that bullpen. Listen, if Jordan Romano is the guy he was in Toronto 2 years ago, okay, that's a different story. He was terrible last year. Now he was hurt.
How would you use the pen, Mike Gill? How would Mike Gill use this bullpen?
I would go with Kerkering. To me, Kerkering is the guy I want closing games out. He's got the best stuff. I think he's the guy I want to close games out. I think Romano's going to be the guy. Look, Jordan Romano in 2020 had a 1.23 ERA, a 2.14 ERA in 2021, a 2.11 ERA in 2022, a 2.90 ERA in 2023. He had, in that time frame, he had over 100 saves, 23, 36, 36. Last year he got hurt. He had a 6.59 ERA last year. He only pitched 13 innings. He was hurt for most of the season. But that little stretch that he had from 2021 to 2023, he was one of the best pitchers in baseball not even close as the back end of the bullpen guy. So if I get that guy back, fine. I'm not sure that guy's back there. He's 32 years old now.
And he is a free agent. Did they resign? He's going to be a free agent, right? After this
One-year deal, yes.
Right.
One-year deal. So he's on a prove-it deal. So, okay, he says he's back healthy. We all say we're back. Nobody says, how you feeling? Well, my arm still hurts, right? I mean, but if he's the guy he was in Toronto, not last year, but the 3 years previous, he's awesome. And then him and Kirkering, I think, can be possibly better than Hoffman and Esteves were last year.
What are they doing with Painter? What should they do with Painter?
I think they're being overly cautious with Painter, but I understand it. He's a young guy, and they have enough pitching to not have to use him. And I understand it. Listen.
But that should be the reason to use him.
Well, I would say this. It goes back to the whole mindset of, okay, does he really need to pitch games in April and May and June? Like, we have enough pitching to not use him. Keep him fresh so when we really want to use him, he's fresh and not worn down from pitching games in April and May and June, that we were okay without him.
Worn down? We haven't used him. Like, I don't know. He's a young dude. Like, put him out there. Like, let's see what he's got. And maybe his role can change in the playoffs or later in the year, right? Like, for the betterment of the team. That's how I'm looking at him, right? Can he come out of the pen in big spots, right? And if that question is legit, throw him out there in April and May.
But you know what happens. Now, he pitches in April and May. Do you have to take him out? Like, does he only pitch 50 pitches? And then people are mad that you're pulling him out of games after 50 pitches. And, all that kind of stuff. I think they just want to kind of work him up to a point that when they need him in July, he's ready to go. And then he pitches July, August, September, and then hopefully you're in October. And now look, Zalecki said earlier when he was on with us, which was they're not looking at Painter as just the fifth guy. They think he could be a top-of-the-rotation guy. So keep that in your back pocket,
Yeah. All right, Ryer Sy, let's move on from the Phils for a few minutes here, fellas and listeners out there. Let's go to the 76ers, unfortunately. I led off with the Phillies because, I want to be happy to start this thing off. But let's go to the 76ers. Joel Embiid makes an appearance last night like a blue moon up in the sky.
Sixers cameo last night for him.
Yeah. The Batman signal came out.
He was a guest star on his own show last night. And the show was bad. And after the game, he was asked about how he feels, how his knee feels. And listen, this is a guy, Mike Gill and PG, that I remember 4 or 5 years ago we're talking about what's the window of opportunity with Joel Embiid. And I think that window is bolted shut, man. And I'm not really going out on a limb by saying that's really not saying anything. But just to get us into this conversation, I think Joel Embiid's good days are behind us.
No question. I mean, he's in his 30s. He kind of said so much. Now, he did say that he thinks he can get back to his dominant self. He just,
of course he's going to say that, but he don't believe it.
You're right. It's like the guy who says, hey, I'm over my injury problems. My arm feels better. Of course you're going to say it. But I do think Embiid, I don't think he's wrong, though. When he played, like, the guy didn't play, and then you roll him out there on a Wednesday night and he has a triple-double. Like, the dude doesn't play for months at a time, and he just rolls off the couch and has a triple-double, like 30 points, 14 rebounds, 10 assists. Like, a normal dude just doesn't do that. So I think he can still be a dominant player. I don't know.
Yeah.
He's
just
never
not
been.
Consistently.
That we don't know because, well, I don't think we ever will believe that he can be a guy that can give you 70 games in a season.
No, he never has.
No, and here's been the problem with Embiid. He's been the MVP of the league. He's been the best player in the league. He's been up for MVPs. He's been the scoring champion. He's been a dominant defensive player. He's done all that stuff. What he hasn't done is produced in the playoffs. I think in the playoffs, when teams defend a little bit differently, they need it more. They haven't had enough. They go out and get Paul George. Maxi's supposed to take that next step, and now they haven't been able to play together. I don't know that Paul George was the right signing. They didn't really have a lot of options. I think they just said, hey, we got to do something because we have all this cap space. Let's just do it and take a shot here because everybody said it. Paul George is better than Tobias Harris. Just by adding Paul George and subtracting Tobias Harris, that should make us better. How has it gotten worse? Well, the injuries. Paul George isn't what we thought he was. And then, quite frankly, people are saying you got to start over and rebuild and build around Maxey. You know what I saw? I saw this franchise try to build around an undersized guard, and that didn't work. Maxey, I love Maxey. He's a great player. But anytime Embiid doesn't play, guess what? This team sucks. And guess who's in charge? Maxey. They don't win when Embiid doesn't play.
So you're saying that it's not more so the injuries and the chemistry, it's just a roster problem.
Well, they had a lot of old guys they brought in, and they brought a lot of old guys in to play certain roles. Well, then Embiid got hurt, and then the backup that they got for Embiid, Drummond, he got hurt. So now you're right back to square one where we don't have a guy to protect the rim. Well, then Paul George goes out. He never plays. Then they've only played 13 games together or whatever it is. You're 50, 60 games in the season. These guys have played 13 games together? Like, are you kidding me? So then early in the year, you got Caleb Martin, who you signed to be like the seventh guy. Well, guess what? Now you're the third guy. Congratulations. It's been a disaster, 100%. But I warn people who want to say get rid of Embiid and build around Maxey. Anytime Embiid doesn't play and they turn the game over to Maxey, this team stinks. Last year, they were the best team in the league.
Not
okay,
on
listen.
Go ahead.
This team was the best team in the league last year when Embiid got hurt in February. From February on, they were one of the worst teams in the league. One guy left the floor, Joel Embiid. Here, Maxey, you're the guy. And he could not get it done. He's not a guy who's the lead player. He's the other guy.
It's not fair. It's not fair to say that, Gill. I got to jump in. You've been ranting, and I've been locked into it. I just want to jump into it because I completely disagree. It's not fair, right? And life ain't fair, okay? I sound like an idiot. It's not fair. But this team's not built for Maxey to lead it. It's not. When we say rebuild, when I say rebuild, right, at that possible idea and move on from Embiid, it would be a complete overhaul of this roster with the idea of Maxey leading it or being a co-leader of it. The roster would look nothing like this. And how has it gone with Embiid staying here? Like, so are you saying, okay, we just keep riding this nightmare of a ship?
Not necessarily. I do agree with the comment of, listen, if you're going to make the commitment to build around Maxey, then the roster looks different. My question is, how? How does it, in today's NBA, this Sixers team had a guy who was an undersized guard, and they could never win with the guy because he was an undersized guard who just scored a whole heck of a lot. Give me a mix of guys that you would say, Maxey, this is your team. You're an undersized guard. Now what?
Yeah, I think that's fair. And I don't know what that overhaul would look like. I think it would be a long process. I don't think the fans would trust that process, but it would be a process.
That's why this team was at its best when James Harden was here, and you had Harden.
How about
Maxey,
last night? I got one
Embiid.
for you guys. Last night, there's a pick and roll between Harden and Ben Simmons, who throws a pass into the corner to Nick Batum for three.
Yep.
Harden, Simmons, who got traded for each other. Batum, who got traded for Harden, and the three of them are all kumbayajing and saying, there's a three for Batum.
This is going to be difficult for me to say. Man. Dude, Simmons looks good.
Hold on, put a pin in it. We'll come back. We got another segment coming up. More Ryer Side. We got more topics on the way. Stick around on a happy hour Friday, live at 279 Social Kitchen and Craft Bar. He said Simmons look good. Now, I've never really soured on Simmons. I do acknowledge that he...
Now, what about Harden? Do you miss Harden here? And what he brought to the table with
yeah,
the
you miss Harden here.
Yes.
But come on, these guys, there's a whole heck of a lot we can get into on that. Baseball, can they fix their problems based on what we saw in the Four Nations last night? 9.3 million people watched the Four Nations last night. Hey, if you have time, 279 Social Kitchen and Craft Bar. Right now is the place to be. It's packed in here. It is wall to wall, but they got a table somewhere for you. They will find you a table. Good Man Fist tonight at 8 o'clock. The pizza. I'm told to try the pizza, PG. That's what I might do. I might go pizza. A little za.
Now I saw the honey chicken sandwich.
Yeah.
It's a possibility.
More Sports Bash coming up. 97.3 ESPN.
Wake up weekday mornings from 6 to 10 a.m. with Unsportsmanlike on 97.3 ESPN with Evan Cohen, Super Bowl champion Chris Canty, and Michelle Small.
Can't wake up without it.
Brought to you by the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
Progressive Insurance presents the Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN. NBA, the Sixers back in action Saturday hosting the Brooklyn Nets and looking to snap a 6-game losing skid. Thursday night, they opened up the second half of the season, losing at home to Boston 124-104. Paul George led the Sixers with 17 points. NFL, the New Orleans Saints have hired Eagles quarterbacks coach Doug Nussmeier to be their offensive coordinator. He leaves the Eagles to join Kellen Moore in New Orleans. Also, Eagles center Cam Jurgens had a back procedure in Los Angeles to help with nerve pain, but he's expected to make a full recovery before July's training camp. NHL, the Flyers back on the ice from the midseason break Saturday. They'll take on the Edmonton Oilers. The league's four-nation face-off finals Thursday night in Boston saw Canada defeating the United States 3-2 in overtime. Connor McDavid scoring the game winner. Progressive Insurance, bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's your Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
From the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. Let's talk about what's not in this forecast. Extreme cold, ferocious winds, snow, and even rain. Our next storm system doesn't come along until the middle of next week as we enjoy a few days of sunshine and warming temperatures. Now, tonight will be cold. The wind calms down eventually. It'll be clear with a low at 21. Sunshine with late-day clouds tomorrow, high 41. Sun and clouds on Sunday, high 46. 51 Monday. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
Hey, it's Mike Gill. As football winds down, college basketball is gearing up. Fans are ready to see which teams will prove they are ready to shine in March and who will be seen in San Antonio. You can get in on all the action from tip-off to the final whistle at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code RADIO100 to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
On 97.3 ESPN.
All right, 5:31. Welcome back. 279 Social Kitchen and Craft Bar. We're live. And, of course, this weekend's busy. You got Flyers tomorrow at 1 on 97.3 ESPN. You got the Sixers tomorrow night. Phillies are playing tomorrow to start off the Grapefruit League portion of their schedule. Now, PG, we're going to spring training, right?
Yes,
19th to the 24th. We'll be in Clearwater. We're going to a game in Dunedin this year to see the Phillies and the Blue Jays at TD Bank Park, it's called. And then the Phillies will host the game we're going to on that Sunday at, what do they call it down there?
Baycare
Ballpark is where we're going for that. So Phillies baseball, they start tomorrow against the Tigers.
Isn't that nice? You get to turn on your TV. I don't know if the game's on TV, but you know. You get to turn on your TV, and there's Phillies baseball.
There's nothing better than first spring game, and you see how nice it is out there. Good vibes. Everybody's ready. But we got more Rye or Cy. I know we got a little baseball topic coming up for you here. But we didn't finish our conversation on that Sixers stuff either. And some people agree or disagree with me on this one. I know Maxey's a very popular guy. I'm not saying that. But does anybody else think that this team stinks so bad that has sucked the joy out of Maxey? Like, even he doesn't want to be here right now. I'm not saying he wants to be traded. I'm just saying, like, I feel like they've sucked the joy out of him, too.
Absolutely. If you're Maxey, this ain't fun. This isn't fun, guys. Like, this is not what he wants. And he's been just tasked with more and more on his plate and on his shoulders. It's not.
So you don't watch this and get concerned of whether or not he could handle leading a team by, like, there's nights where I'm watching this team play, and it's Maxey and it's George and, you know, like Oubre and whoever, and they lose to, like, Charlotte or Washington, and I'm like, dude, you've got Paul George and Tyrese Maxey. How the flip are you losing to this? They've had some awful losses with Paul George and Maxey.
It's a depressing situation, though, Mike, and that factors into it, especially in basketball. If you have guys that know they're in a crap situation, that are lacking self-confidence, where everything's a mess in the organization and through practice and through the week and, you know, everything, that spills into these games. It just does. It just does. And I don't think we can assess this year with Maxey on the floor without Embiid, PG, and MG. Like, we can't.
I'm not even, full disclosure, I'm not just assessing this year. Last year, when Embiid left the team, the second half of the year, when he did not play until the playoffs, they were awful. And Maxey was the best player on the team, and the team stunk.
Who do we give the ball to right now in a playoff situation, which we're not going to see because they stink? If we had Embiid and Maxey this year in a big game, I'm giving it to Maxey. I don't trust Embiid.
That's fine. I'm not saying that he couldn't take the weight. I'm not saying that he's not a guy on a team that can take the last shot, but I'm saying if you're saying he's the best player on the team and the next guy is the secondary player, to me, he's the secondary player. He's the other guy. Okay. Maxey's the other guy.
He can be, though. Like,
there are people that keep saying you got to build the team around Maxey, and I'm asking, building the team around Maxey, he's an undersized, score-first guard. That's a tough way to build around a team. If you say Maxi's the second guy to somebody else, okay, now I'm okay with that.
Yeah, okay. I'll get on board with that. I think it's just building for the future with Maxey and without Embiid. Like that's the way to look at it. With Maxey, without Embiid. Fair?
That goes to the conversation of what happens in the offseason. Do things get so bad where Nick Nurse gets fired, where you shut Embiid down and you run it back with these three guys next year with a new coach, with a Jared McCain who's coming off a meniscus problem? I mean, that's what I'm
How do you bring Embiid back?
I think you're kind of handcuffed. I think you kind of have to.
I know.
But, if you shut him down now, get him surgery now, you're hoping that by the time next season starts, that knee isn't a problem.
It's hard for me to even have this conversation's comical. It's like, let's shut him down now. Next year, we've been having this conversation for 6-7 years. It's nuts to me. It's nuts.
Well, listen, it's easy for us all to say you got to trade Embiid. Here's a problem.
It is.
His contract is a huge problem for another team to want to take on. So you got to keep that in mind, too. Fine, you want to trade Embiid. What do you really think you're getting back in return for him? So are you better off? No. It's not like he's 38 years old, okay? He's not a 38-year-old broken-down guy. He might be a 31-year-old broken-down guy, but as we saw, when he's out there playing, he is still every bit as good as he's been. He just can't do it on a night-to-night basis under his current situation. Now, with that, everybody loves Maxey. You're hoping that Maxey, at 25, 26 years old, becomes a player that can take more of the burden away from Embiid. He has not had that player that can take something off his shoulders, and that's why they've been – listen, you can say Embiid has not been there in the playoffs. Fine, I agree with that. He has not been as good in the playoffs as he's been in the thing. But he has not had enough help either, and all these guys need somebody. He has Maxey now, who stepped up and gave him some huge games against the Knicks last year. So they do have those two guys. And then they needed that third guy, and they were supposedly to get it with George, substituting for the third guy they had last year, Tobias Harris, and that thing has blown up in their face as well.
But when we had Harden and he wanted out, he got traded, you thought Maxey was the logical choice to come in, step in, take over that role, and explode, really, with Embiid by his side. He hasn't really done that. That's my problem, is we haven't really seen Maxey and Embiid take off like we had with Harden and Embiid when that duo in that Celtics series, I know they lost.
Part of the problem is, Maxey – I would say this, Maxey and Embiid the first half of last year looked very good together. Mm-hmm. And then Embiid got hurt, and then the second half of the year they didn't have Embiid. The team fell apart so bad that they fell into the play-in tournament. I mean, when Embiid was there, they were the 2 seed.
Right. No, absolutely. And
I'm just cautioning people to think about that. He is so good that you were the number 2 seed in the conference. Yeah. He got hurt, and you went from the 2 seed to the play-in tournament. That's the impact that he has.
Is there just real quick on this before we can move forward? Paul George. Like, if you're worried, you say, all right, we have to make changes as we've been discussing. George has to go, because part of me does say we haven't seen it, right? Like, let's try and get a year with what that could look like. I don't know.
Well, this is where I think you got to take this last half of the year of finding out. Can any of these young guys – it's almost like a process team now. Can Jared Butler play? Can Quentin Grimes play? Can Lonnie Walker play? Can any of these guys – by the way, if I ever see David Roddy on the floor again, oh, my gosh. I know he – first off, another thing that really bothers me, can you imagine – imagining you have made the NBA – and your dream is to be considered one of the greats of all time. And there you are. You've made it to the league. And you're on the floor, and you have chosen to wear 2 different sneakers. Just ask yourself, am I really an all-time great wearing 2 different shoes? Like, seriously. At that point, when you have a guy who has made the decision to wear 2 different sneakers and or fluorescent yellows, I got to question whether or not that guy is really going to be an impact player in the league. That's all.
Fair to question that. It's almost like wearing sneakers with a suit.
Exactly. Yes, I'm over that phase as well.
Oh, you are? You don't like that?
No.
The Jordans with the nice suit?
Listen, the suit to me
So
is outdated to begin with. Okay, so if you're going to wear a suit, at least wear the shoes that go with the suit. Don't go with the outdated suit and then put sneakers on to try to look cool. You're wearing an outdated piece of clothing anyway. Don't try to make that cool.
To me, suits, they're only good for politicians and hockey coaches, right? Those are the two guys.
Tortorella doesn't go suit.
Well, yeah, he doesn't go suit.
No. Yeah. He said this Flyers team's not ready for him to wear a suit. But, yeah, if you're going to try and look like a grown-up, then go full grown-up. Don't go 8th grade dance where you're trying to wear, Jordans. But
only guy who should still rock a suit is like 80-plus-year-old man who's still rocking church on Sunday morning. If he wants to get all churched up, go in a suit, that's fine. Anybody else, the suit is an antiquated style that needs to be refreshed.
I mean, what are we talking? When was the suit last popular? 1920? Unless we're going to a wedding, I don't know.
I still think suits serve a purpose.
I agree.
They still serve a purpose.
Church on Sunday.
Church on Sunday. Sunday's best.
Yeah. I guess we can call it that.
What else you got?
I'm jumping in with Pete on this. I think both of you are underselling the value of the suit here.
Yes.
There is a level of
must wear a
Wait
suit.
a second. I can't have a guy who hasn't had a suit on in his life defending the suit.
Just because you don't go anywhere with me doesn't mean I don't wear a suit.
Well, now we were at the holiday party
Yeah.
with him with a clip-on tie.
The guy showed up to the holiday party with a clip-on tie. You can't defend the suit.
That
That's
wasn't
your
a clip-on
opportunity.
tie. That
That's
was a
your
tie.
opportunity. That's your opportunity to wear the suit. You chose not to.
I mean, if you're gonna rip me, you gotta rip me for actually forgetting the actual suit. You don't criticize me for actually having a tie that doesn't actually tie.
The tie doesn't
clip-on tie?
No, I actually had an actual tie. What I'm saying is he's criticizing me for something I actually didn't do. You criticize me for forgetting the suit at home.
Okay. I won't defend you, but I'm with you.
Thanks, Ryan. You're very helpful today.
Yeah. It's another day. All right, let's move on for a second here, boys. I want to bring this up because I just saw this. Did you see Bryce Harper got a Fanatic tattoo?
Tattoo, yeah.
Yeah. What's your thoughts on him going permanent ink with the Fanatic?
I mean, he might as well. He pumps the Fanatic up every day anyway, right?
Yes, he does. He has more
Might as
Fanatic
well.
T-shirts
I
than suits.
I saw that he got it, but where did he get it?
I think
On his
forearm.
forearm, I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow. So he's going full displaying this thing.
He's going full Philly pander, man. He's all in.
Wow.
For life.
I
Yeah.
thought maybe he got it in a spot where okay, I got it, but you'll never really see it.
No.
Good for him, man.
Yeah. Yeah, good for
He
him.
did make the Fanatic cool again, right? I mean, there's
Well,
no
yeah,
question.
he wears the cleats with the Fanatic. He
Yeah.
wears the headband with the Fanatic. So, yeah, I mean, he's definitely a fan of the Fanatic.
All right, just wanted to add that. I want to look at Saquon's year because I saw this on social media, and I thought it'd be fun for us to get into for a minute. We haven't even touched Four Nations, by the way, but that's maybe to come here if we can work that in. The best season in Philly sports history from an individual standpoint. What we saw from what we just saw from Saquon has to be up there, possibly number one. If it's not Saquon, do you have any individual years that stand out for you guys in the history of Philly sports? I say
in the
Iverson.
history of Philly sports.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
go
would say
Iverson.
T.O. I would say T.O., his tear when he got it. I mean, Eagles-wise, T.O.'s year.
It wasn't better than Saquon, though.
No, but it probably is up there.
I mean, no one's ever had a 2,000-yard season or a 2,000 receiving season. I mean, it's the best offensive statistical season that any Philadelphia Eagle has ever had. I think you can possibly say, oh, man, statistical season or most dominant season for a Philly athlete is a hard one to, Lindros had an MVP season back there somewhere, but none of them stand out as a historically great season. Barkley had a historically great season that no other Philly athlete has ever had.
Yeah, it was it was by far and away the best. Like, I mean, just to your point of not even having a bunch you can rattle off. I mean, I do think Iverson in 01's up there.
AI with the All-Star Game MVP and the MVP of the league.
Yeah, that was a big year. That was a legendary year for Philly, where Iverson played every night, played 48 minutes, led the league in scoring, won the league MVP. But, man, it was –
I mean, Ryan Howard led the league in homers.
I mean, the year Joel Embiid won the MVP, he averaged 33 points, 10 rebounds, 4 assists, a steal, and almost 2 blocks. I mean, the problem is you only remember the fact that they lost in the playoffs. You don't remember that he had an unbelievably dominant season.
How about Roy Halladay, 2010?
Yeah, Halladay, 2010. Now, Ryan Howard hit 58 homers in 2006.
Yeah, Howard had, like, crazy memorable seasons, but they didn't win. I think the fact that Saquon won and had the historic season all wrapped into one puts him as the best sports season maybe in Philadelphia history.
Yeah, I think you can take the maybe out. I think it's, just these few minutes puts it in perspective of how special it was.
Well, the only thing I would say is if you're an old head out there and you're going Wilt, back with the Warriors in those days, he had some 50-point a game, average 50 a game, and 25 rebounds. I mean, that'll never be equaled.
No, it won't. All right, Ryer's side. Let's go to the Four Nations. I wanted to get into this because 9.3 million viewers last night for an overtime game.
That's unbelievable. 9.3 million for a fake, made-up round-robin tournament.
Right. And that's, Gill, we touched on this a little bit yesterday, but just how much weight and value can go into these games if the players actually just care.
I talked about it earlier. I talked about this earlier. I think what they can do is I would do, if I'm the NBA, the Major League Baseball, and the NHL, I would have, just like the Super Bowl, All-Star Week, and have Media Row, and have, like, former players talking about the sport all week long, and players in the league that are out there talking to different media outlets all week long to talk about your league and put your league at the forefront. And on that Sunday, it is USA versus the world, and see if that can do something. But make it a week-long event, a celebration of the sport. That's what hockey was able to do. They did it all week long. The difference is they played, like, this was one night was in Canada, one night was in the U.S. I think do it in one spot, make it a whole week at that particular space, and make that place the mecca like they do for the Super Bowl. We were in New Orleans, and every day there was Emmitt Smith and Joe Montana, and the greats of your game are talking to media outlets to pump your game up.
That's the Super Bowl, though, MG, right? Like, I don't know.
But these are the biggest events that these sports have because their Stanley Cup finals are 7 games. So if this was the Four Nations and this was the culmination of the week and you had these games going on all week in that city, this would be the biggest thing they have.
Sure. I just don't know if that would garner the weight of all the celebrities and former athletes like Super Bowl, Radio Row, and that week leading into the Super Bowl, right? Like, for me, if you're the NBA, you just need to figure out how to get these games competitive again and how to get the players invested again.
That's the most important part, is getting these players to buy in and not be like LeBron James or Anthony Edwards and choose to sit out the day of the game.
By the way, this news just came down. I don't know if anybody saw this. Nolan Smith tore his tricep in the Super Bowl and played through it the entire second half on one arm.
Wow.
Wow. What a
there you
stud.
go.
Add it to the list. Cam Jurgens.
Wrapping up the show next. We're live at 279 Social Kitchen and Craft Bar. That's Rye or Cy. He's back on Monday. See you, man.
Later, guys.
More Sports Bash on the way. 97.3 ESPN. We'll wrap it up next.
It's Philadelphia Flyers hockey tomorrow afternoon on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Listen as Tim Saunders and Todd Fedork bring you all the exciting play-by-play action.
Flyers get the extra attack around Konechny. He scores! Travis Konechny!
It's Flyers Oilers tomorrow afternoon. Coverage begins at 1 p.m. It's Flyers hockey all season long on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia Flyers hockey. 97.3 ESPN.
With GMF financing, to qualify buyers excludes Traverse and Corvette excludes prior sales.
It's President's Day all month long at Bennett Chevy. You know there's lots of President's Day sales, but none like Bennett Chevy, who beat them all. Right now, Bennett's selling new Chevys at the true GM supplier employee pricing and not a penny more. Plus, you keep all the rebates, saving you thousands. You'll save even more with available 0% financing. And right now, Bennett's paying a minimum $10,000 for any old trade towards any pre-owned in stock. That's a minimum 10 grand for the worst clunker. Imagine how much you'll get for a good trade. And Bennett's non-commissioned sales team is paid based on your satisfaction, not how much you spend. So there's no pressure trying to sell you more. No back and forth negotiations. No waiting around for a manager. No, not at Bennett Chevy, because Bennett is really different and you're gonna love it. So get to Bennett Chevy's President's Day sale and save now. Together, let's drive. Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. Get an expert now on TurboTax.com. Only available with TurboTax Live Full Service. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile apps. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Sebastian Maniscalco.
Now, is this a family? Is this your mother? Where is she? Is she in the crowd? The mom's up there. What kind of family is this? I'm sorry.
It Ain't Right Tour 2025.
The poor mother is in the balcony, and the kids are down here with the the father and his gumad. If this was the 80s, the kids would have been up there and the parents would have been down here.
The biggest comedian in the history of Atlantic City. Live at Ovation Hall and Ocean Casino Resort, September 18th to 28th. Get tickets now at theoceanac.com.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
All right, we're getting ready to get out of here. It's the Bet365 play of the day. Our record is untouchable, Pete G. I hope you play these games. What's the record there, Josh? How'd we do yesterday?
Yesterday was actually not a great day for you, Mike. You went 1-2. Sixers, Celtics did hit the over. Nets, Cavs didn't hit the over. And Denver and the Hornets did not stay under. But you are still 112-77-1.
112-77-1. All right, let's make some money for the people out there. Heat -3 versus the Raptors. Detroit over 233. And the Wizards. Wizards are playing. Detroit's playing the Spurs. Can't remember who the Wizards are playing. Over
Spurs off a back-to-back.
229.5. You got that, Josh?
Yeah, over 229.5 for the Wizards game. Over 233 for the Detroit game, and Heat to cover the 3.
That's right.
That is Wizards, Milwaukee. Now, Wizards are 9-45. I don't believe those Sixers can out-tank the Wizards.
No Bobby Portis for the Bucks.
Yeah.
I think that Cooper Flagg dream is dead with a 9.
Well, that Cooper Flagg said he's going back to that Duke.
Oh, really?
I think so.
That NIL money's pretty good.
He said he's making like $7 million. Why not?
That ends that.
You just walk the campus with $7 million in your pocket. You get a little campus bar.
Now,
Why not?
Now I want the play-in. Just go for the play-in now. Now that Cooper Flagg
You weren't getting Flagg anyway. You
No.
were going to be number 1.
Nope.
All right, thanks to everybody who stopped out today here at 279 Social Kitchen and Craft Bar. They got Goodman Fisk playing tonight at 8 p.m. to 11. Stop out. I think the vibe is awesome in this joint. I really like it a lot. Check out my socials for some pictures at Mike Gill Show. Josh Henning has Kevin Durso coming up on game night. Have a great weekend, everybody.
College Basketball Saturday.